Hello and welcome into the 334th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody tuning in on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. And if you're watching live, I hope you've had a good start to your Saturday. I sure have. It's actually quite a beautiful day out here in Colorado. I'd also like to welcome in the 7,000 people who've joined the stream so far over on TikTok. Thank you so much for giving me some of the time out of your day as well. And I'd like to welcome in everybody who watches the stream as a VOD once it's over and posted as a video on my YouTube channel. There's a community of thousands of y'all that don't even watch live, and I think that's awesome. Now, if you've never been here before, let me tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters to try to get them off the MAGA train because the Trump administration is genuinely the worst presidential administration of your life for so many reasons. I mean, I could spend one of these 4-hour streams just talking about the reasons why they suck so terribly. I definitely wouldn't be able to quickly go through it all in an intro, but you're going to hear a lot of those reasons as we progress through these debates. And we actually get these debates from live viewers, which could include you if you're a Trump supporter over on the TikTok stream. So if you are an American adult that supports Trump, make sure to hop inside of the guest requests over there. Every day, we also like to go through the breaking news. Today's breaking news is that JD Vance embarrassed Trump in front of the whole world. There's been a whole lot of meetings and councils going on over in Europe, from the Munich Security Council in Germany to a handful of other ones. And this has kind of been a continued event where we kind of bridge our transatlantic partners into rooms with lights, camera, and actions, and all the world leaders. And we just sit down and talk about various things. And, well, JD Vance got the hot mic for a little bit, and he embarrassed Trump because he tried to make a joke that just didn't land, and it kind of just rolled off the tongue as this interesting statement that gave me secondhand embarrassment when I listened to it. And I think it really just goes to show how uncharismatic and unintelligent of a man our Vice President JD Vance is. Like, I'm really not too concerned about the 2028 election if JD Vance runs, because he just doesn't have the it factor, if that makes any sense. It's just kind of weird. You know what I mean? And I feel like a lot of people do know what I mean. And this is maybe why Donald Trump, refused to tell Fox News that he would be endorsing JD Vance to run in 2028 and might be going for Marco Rubio. But let's go ahead and roll the clip on that now. Listen to JD Vance try to make a joke and then just embarrass the hell out of himself. Give me one moment here.
Very much for your leadership. Thank you, Mr. President, very much for your leadership, but also for the kind words about me personally. I knew exactly what I wanted to say, but then after the president said that I was so smart and that I didn't want to repeat our congresswoman who froze for 20 seconds over in Munich, now I'm tempted, sir, just to freeze for 20 seconds and just stare at the cameras, and maybe they'll say nice things about me like they do about Congresswoman Cortez. But I have three very brief messages. Thank you, Mr. President.
So he tried to make a joke about how AOC at the 60-second Munich Security Council over in Germany was giving a speech and maybe stuttered for around 10 seconds before she picked herself back up and continued on. By the way, speaking incredibly intelligently, I learned a lot from AOC's time at the Munich Security Council about the rise of authoritarianism through corporatocracy here at home in America. So if you haven't listened to that yet, you should. We actually covered that on the channel a handful of days ago. But he tries to make a joke out of that, saying, oh, well, what if I were to like stutter for 20 seconds and go quiet? And then he talked about like the media and Trump. I don't know. He was trying to make a joke, but no one laughed. And I got secondhand embarrassment. So once again, Trump is being embarrassed on the global stage. Maybe some other quick things we have to go over has to do with Donald Trump's building resentment and now war that he's declared on the Supreme Court following their 6-3 ruling yesterday that his tariffs are illegal through IEEPA. He has now imposed 15% tariffs on every other country in the world in response, bumping them up from 10% yesterday in accordance with other federal law that he thinks gives him that power. However, the leading attorney that argued to SCOTUS that his tariffs were illegal has now came out on Twitter and said that they're likely illegal too. So that's a fiasco. We're gonna see a field day unfold in court surrounding possible refund checks for the American people and other rounds of limitations and restrictions on the presidency surrounding their ability to impose tariffs. So big yikes. I mean, like I said, the MAGA train just gets easier and easier and easier to hop off board of every day. I'd actually argue that we're now the majority, okay? You, me, the people who don't really like Trump, we're the majority, all right? And now MAGA is an ever-dying minority. But let's go ahead and hop into that debate with the very first guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. I've been talking now for around 10 minutes, and in the meantime, we've Got some speculatory claims thrown out there over on YouTube saying that the very first guest is actually 17. If there's any evidence of that, feel free to send it in the Discord. But I don't see that evidence yet. He told us he was of age. So.
Yo, I'll elaborate on that. My repost is like, it's something to do with 17, but I'm not actually 17. It was just funny because I don't have a driver's license, and it was like, oh, you're 17, you have a driver's license, da 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 da, and then it's 17 still a kid or something like that. 17 is close to 18, and it was just funny because it's close to 18 and like not having a driver's license is kind of embarrassing. But that's just a repost. I'm not actually 17.
Yeah, whatever. I believe you. Take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump, the worst president of your life.
Okay, so immigration mainly because I agree with deporting illegals and illegal immigrants. I don't want to just like call them illegals. That's kind of disrespectful. And I also agree with them on abortion.
All right, listen, man, we have people coming up here every day trying to tell us that they support Trump because of immigration. Because, I don't know, for whatever reason, a lot of people in the MAGA base think that immigration is the most defensible topic for the Trump administration. But, see, I just see the opposite to be true. I actually think that immigration has been one of Donald Trump's weakest points so far in his second administration. Because, A, I don't think that we should be deporting all undocumented immigrants. We saw a study from the Khalil Institute that tells us immigration over the last 30 years has prevented 3 recessions and has generated a financial surplus every single year. Not to mention they're more likely to actively participate in the labor force, less likely to be reliant on social welfare benefits, so on and so forth. But B, okay, what is underpinning Donald Trump's mass deportation of undocumented immigrants is an abuse of the law and abuse of the Constitution and abuse of human rights. We see the Trump administration giving illegal directives to ICE to arrest people without warrants, barge into people's houses without warrants, to racially profile people because they're black, because they're people of color, because they speak English with a Hispanic accent. And we also see unaccompanied minors and undocumented immigrants being illegally deported with no due process to Sica in El Salvador, where they're being beaten and tortured. I just don't see how this is defensible in the slightest.
Well, I think those are actions necessary to take to get the illegal immigrants out because when we let in all the mass deportations in, Biden let in I don't remember the amount, but it was millions of immigrants. And I think it's ruining the culture of America because it's replacing the people's identity. And I think those are actions
really
necessary
just took the
to take
words out
them
of my mouth. You truly just took the words out of my mouth. You know, the first thought that popped in my head when I heard you say, I think it's necessary to violate the law. I think it's necessary to ignore the Constitution. I think it's necessary to illegally deport them.
How does it ignore the Constitution?
Executive Order number 14160, where he tried to reclassify the U.S. citizens born to parents that are undocumented immigrants as undocumented immigrants themselves to then be deported. He violated the 14th Amendment. On top of many other things like the 5th Amendment, with directing ICE to arrest people with no judicial warrants. Yes. But let me finish speaking here. You took the words out of my mouth because what I wanted to say here is you're telling us that it's necessary for him to do all these things to deport undocumented immigrants. So obviously you don't care about law and order because you think it's now necessary to break the law, including the law of the land. And you don't really care about the economy because you didn't even spend a moment, a syllable, responding to how I pointed out that mass deportation is harmful to the economy. It just kind of sounds like what underpins this belief here has to be bigotry, xenophobia, racism, so on and so forth. And that's kind of exactly what you said. You said that they're replacing our people. They're destroying the culture. They're eroding it all. Sir, tell me, what is American culture?
Well, American culture would be at a easy level would be baseball, cookouts, hamburgers. But I think that we used to have 80% white people in this country, and now it's 53%. And I'm not saying I don't like Mexican people.
He's just coming out.
I'm just saying,
swinging. He's really not hiding it. Yeah.
If we went to Haiti and replaced it with all white people, that'd be fucked up. So they shouldn't, sorry for cursing, but they shouldn't come to our nation and try to swap out our race. And this whole we're a melting pot thing is kind of stupid because we're 80% white back a couple decades ago. And having Mexicans here doesn't bother me. I just think we need to regulate the amount because mass immigration, I don't think is a good thing. It's swapping our culture out. We used to have laws before 1965 and 1980 to let us. Sure, go ahead.
So if we were to go over to Haiti and forcefully replace them with white people, do you think that Haiti would be justified in expelling the white people to then replace them with other people that are Haitian?
Absolutely.
Okay, so because we forcefully replaced Texas and California with white people by stealing that land from Mexico, Mexico is actually justified not only
It's
in
not
legally
stolen,
immigrating
it's
here, but
conquered.
actually forcing themselves into the country and then forcefully replacing the white people that do live in Texas and California with Mexicans.
Wait, hold on. We're replacing California with Mexicans?
Well, that's basically what your logic implies here. Like not only
Yeah.
okay, would you be like okay with like legal immigration incentivized by one's own desire to be a part of this country, but you're actually
Regulated.
okay with Mexico conquering Texas, with Mexico conquering California, and then systemically and forcefully replacing the white people that live in Texas and California with Mexicans.
Okay. So why should they wait? They should conquer us because they already are conquering us, first of all, because they're taking our nation.
Well, it
and
sounds
making
like they actually
Mexicans.
have a really good justification for it, right?
No, they don't. We conquered that land.
Also, by
It's
the
not
way,
stolen,
I
it's
need to point
conquered.
this one out because obviously I'm just kind of using your own logic against here to make you like hold to some really absurd conclusion from your alt-right perspective.
Well,
But,
you're pinning
the
me
meat
in
on the
the
bone
corner,
here.
which is your
One
own
moment.
thing, but yeah.
It's because I'm a better debater and much more intelligent than you. But the meat on the bone here, let's kind of
guess.
hop to that is I think it's very like white supremacist rhetoric to sit here and argue that you're actually not okay with immigration of brown people into America purely because they're brown and you think that therefore they're replacing white people. We see study after study that demonstrates that not only does, a white supremacy cost us the moral fabric of our country, but it also legitimately costs us a fiscal loss, okay? Because guess what? Immigration is beneficial to America. It builds our economy. It reduces our crime rates, okay? It gives more funding to our government to better fund social safety nets, to better equip the low and middle
They don't pay
class
taxes.
with
How
what
do they
need
fund our
to
government?
live. Okay. They actually do pay taxes. Undocumented
Illegals
immigrants
pay
specifically
taxes.
pay over $100 billion per year.
Illegals pay taxes. They're not registered.
Yes.
But they're not. How do they pay taxes if they're not registered?
With the use of ITINs, individual taxpayer identification numbers. I wouldn't expect a white supremacist to know this. You guys tend to
I
be pretty
actually
stupid.
didn't know that. You just educated me. Thank you.
Maybe I could educate you, of course. And that's not the only way that they give our government money, okay? Because we also have to consider their indirect contributions to taxable revenue because the American Immigration Council tells us that they indirectly generate 1.2 through 1.7 trillion dollars per year via their activity and engagement in the American labor force.
Okay, so they pay for the economy, but that economy is going to be under a government that doesn't have its same nation because our nation is a predominantly white, black, like the black Mexicans are minorities nation.
The nation
And
of
I'm
the
not
United States
saying
of
that
America
we.
is not attached to one race. It's not attached to one identity.
You're
It's
right.
not
You're right.
attached
It's not attached to
sex.
one
It's
race,
not
but
attached
that
to one
was the
gender,
predominant
right?
race.
And
It needs
we
to stay
are
that way.
we are a multicultural democracy, and in fact, America is so good because of its multiculturalism. If it was not for immigration,
Oh, really?
If it was not for the melting pot, if it was not for the individualistic backgrounds from people in countries across this world in all four corners, okay, all right, I want to doubt if you're a flat earther too. I'd expect that.
Okay, I like the insults.
We've
but
been
yeah.
great. Our economy's been built. Our people have prospered, and I think that our people
You're right,
deserve
the
to
railroads.
prosper even more than they already do, which is why we should endorse more immigration than we already have.
No. So what you're
Are you
referencing
scared of
is
brown people?
they built. No, I'm not. They built
It
the
sounds
economy,
like it.
right?
It sounds
They
like you're
built
scared
the-
of brown people.
They built the economy. You're correct. They created the railroads, the Chinese and Irish immigrants. However, I don't have a problem that they're brown, and I don't have a problem that they're immigrating. I have a problem that they're immigrating in mass amounts because
You
before
literally said that your problem
1965
is that they're
and
brown because they're
1980
reducing the amount of white
because
people
there's too
in
many of
America.
them. There's too many. We
No,
need
you
to
straight up
restrict
said,
them.
one moment, you straight
like
up said
before
the issue that you
1980.
have is the fact that the overall amount of white people in the country is being proportionately reduced. Why is that a problem?
Because it's a problem in any nation if you replace
Exactly. Thank
the
you so much for
majority
the guys. I
nation
appreciate you.
because it's no longer their identity. It's no longer the identity.
So you're saying that a part of the core identity of America is whiteness.
Yes, absolutely. It's unequivocal. It is.
Buddy.
Absolutely.
Buddy, America wouldn't exist if it wasn't for black people. I mean, you have 250 years of free labor through forced chattel slavery to thank for the White
didn't
House,
say we removed black
to thank for
people.
the railroads, okay, to thank for the infrastructure, to thank for the economy. So you're already wrong, and all that you need to know to understand why you're wrong is a 7th grade level curriculum on American history. Are you like, is this a joke? Right? Is this like a joke? And like, wow. I mean, it's so crazy. You know, like, of course, I could sit here and give you about a billion other like ideas and points for the next hour about how, no, it's not a part of America's core identity to be white. But I mean, that one just happens to be a really good example. And just to let you know, the reason why you think the way you do is because you do not have I don't know, what's a good word here? Flourishing self-image of yourself. You don't have a good self-image. You don't have a lot of self-confidence. You don't think that you have a lot of worth. So the way that you cope with this fact isn't to go to therapy and maybe, I don't know, talk to a professional about this, but is to rather project these same insecurities onto those around you and to say, well, guess what? I am by default more important than those around me because of the color of my skin. And if you don't share the same color of skin, if you're not white, then you are less important than me because you do not fall under the identity of what it means to be an American. If you are not white, then you don't matter as much as me because I have more of a right to be here than you. If you're not white, then ultimately you're less valuable than me. It's this entitlement to importance that you have created out of thin air, out of nothingness, to make yourself feel better about your own lack of self-worth. And it's disgusting. It is so disgusting.
Okay, so first of all, I don't think they're less of people. We're all created in the image of God. We're all equal. However, I think that they shouldn't be coming in mass amounts and replacing the identity. I don't hate them. I don't think they shouldn't exist.
What is the material bad outcome of more brown people immigrating to America? How does it materially harm our country?
It doesn't. Okay, so they would be ruling the country, and it would not be bad for them. You're correct. But it wouldn't be the same nation. It'd be a great nation. Wouldn't be better than it is now. But it wouldn't be the same nation as before. Wouldn't be the same identity.
Yeah.
I don't care if Irish people take over America.
One moment. You're just saying words consequential of your original claim that you think a part of America's core identity is whiteness, which I've already disputed and proven you wrong, leaving you gagged. But I'm not asking for words. I'm asking for an argument to describe, the materialistic outcome of more immigration that is harmful to this country. Can you specify one singular material way, that more immigration actually hurts this country?
There'd be less of us white people, and we wouldn't be the majority.
Once again, how does that hurt the country? Materially.
Well, I suppose it doesn't hurt the government and the country, but it hurts the people, the white people.
How does that hurt the white people in the country?
Because it's no longer our country. It's ruled by somebody else.
So what do you mean it's no longer... One moment. What do you mean it's no longer our country? Like, what is the material outcome? Because these are, once again, just words. I want you to tell me the material outcome, How is more immigration of non-white people going to materially hurt me? How is it going to materially hurt you? Be very specific.
Well, I mean, I've told you, if there's less white people, it's no longer our nation. I feel like that's such a hard concept to grasp.
No longer our nation. That's not a material harm. Once again, it's just rooted within that same original claim that you made that part of America's core identity is whiteness, which I've already disputed and proven you wrong on. But this isn't a form of material.
Well, how
harm.
did you dispute it?
Tell me. Oh yeah, by pointing out the fact that we wouldn't have this nation without
they built the economy, but they were still the minority when they built the economy.
I want you to tell me here. How am I going to be hurt?
Well, I suppose you wouldn't be hurt in the economic if you don't have an issue with it being not a white country, then it doesn't hurt you.
So white people are not going to be hurt. Well, so one moment. So white people are not going to be hurt economically. One moment. So white people are not going to be hurt economically, right?
Correct.
Perfect.
Nothing would change in an economic sense.
Are white people going to be hurt? Let's see here. Socially.
Yes.
How?
Because we wouldn't be the predominant race. There'd be other people there, and well, if you don't take issue with it, then it doesn't hurt you.
No, I'm asking you how that hurts me.
Well, you don't care if it's predominantly brown.
But I'm just asking you, how did that hurt me?
I take issue with it.
Oh, so it only hurts you if you care?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to be hurt?
Not necessarily.
Therefore, you should stop caring?
No, because I want it to be predominantly white.
Okay, so why do you care?
Well, because the cultures are different, and I wouldn't be the same culture I'm surrounded in.
Wait. So cultures are different. Okay. So
Yeah,
what's white culture in America?
If the culture turned into Mexico, then it wouldn't be the same nation.
One moment. So what? Okay. Once again, we're just gonna go back to American culture. Tell me what American culture is.
American culture would be the American dream, which is
What
like
is the American dream?
a suburban white picket fence, cul-de-sac, middle class job.
Okay. So job that pays good money so you can buy a house.
Correct.
Okay, so a part of American culture is a prosperous economy.
I know the point's going to be.
Wait. So you just said that a part of American culture is a good job that pays you enough money to buy a house. Okay, for you and your family.
Correct. The American dream.
Okay, and that's going to be easier to achieve given a prosperous economy for the working class. And you told us that more immigration would actually be beneficial to the economy, which would be more conducive towards the end goal of a prosperous economy for the working class, which would be more conducive towards the end goal of building American culture in the sense of apparently giving people more money to go out and buy a house for them and their family. So you just described to me how more immigration into this country will actually help galvanize American culture.
But there's a difference between legal immigration and illegal immigration. Legal immigration.
One second, we're not talking about any type of distinction between legal and illegal immigration in this conversation whatsoever. We're talking about how more immigration into this country is going to hurt what you call American culture. And so far, you've only described to us how more immigration into this country helps galvanize and build American culture. So tell me once again, what is American culture in the relevant senses that would be hurt by more non-white immigrants coming into this country?
I suppose you're correct, because it would fund the economy, which would therein lie help the American dream, which is the middle class labor, which would, you're low-key right, but then it wouldn't be white.
But once again, you told me that the way that it would hurt us to lose a white majority in this country would be an erosion of American culture. So in order to justify that premise, you'd have to tell me what American culture is and how it is hurt by more immigration.
Well, American culture is, well, it's like when you go down like the street of a suburban neighborhood. That's what it is. That's American culture.
Okay,
is prosperity, whiteness.
Whiteness. So you're telling me that like it would hurt American culture because you'd see less white people when you go outside.
Yes. Yeah. What's so funny?
Okay, so the way that white people are hurt by more immigration is because then the white people see less white people when they leave their house.
Yeah, you have to regulate the immigration so there's less.
So check this out.
I suppose that is kind of racist.
That's exactly what I was just going to get on to here. That one's very clear because you're telling us that you are hurt when you go outside and you see a non-white person, and you are not hurt when you go outside and you see a white person. The only relevant distinction here would be the race of the person that you see. That's racism.
Shit. Yeah, you're low-key right.
Yes.
And then I can't be racist because I'm a Christian, so I should just like agree with legal immigration mass. Yeah, you're low-key right.
Dude, are we changing the mind of like an alt-right like crazy right now?
You are, actually, yeah.
Wow. Well, that's insane. Holy shit, dude.
Well, no one ever challenges like Nick Fuentes, so it's like I never really got like the opposition to that, like.
Yeah. See, the thing is, there's a lot of people out there like Nick Fuentes that will hop on the mic, stream from their basement, and tell you to be scared of people that aren't white, to hold disdain towards people that aren't white, to center white people and white people first. Okay? And you're right. This mindset, this worldview is absolutely and completely antithetical to the view that is true of Christianity. Because not only was Jesus not a white man, okay, and he's the only perfect human that's ever lived,
right? He's
but through Christianity, we're taught virtues of inclusivity. We're taught virtues of loving thy neighbor and inviting thy stranger, and not holding these unjust prejudices. So, yeah, I think it's great that you're starting to open your mind. You should really reconsider your views. Nick Fuentes is awful. Please don't listen to him. He also defends pedophiles.
So you think that mass legal immigration is correct? So, but illegal immigrant that really, you were right that it does. They pay taxes. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And what did you say it through? Like TDF?
So undocumented immigrants pay over $100 billion in taxes per year on the local, state, and federal level, according to the IRS, and they pay those taxes with the use of ITINs because of a work program that Obama opened under his administration, allowing undocumented immigrants to get a work permit to go to work.
So then what's the whole point with kicking illegals out if they're paying taxes and they're working jobs legally?
Well, that's the thing. There really is no point because there's no legitimate service to the country. It doesn't help us to do a mass deportation. But of course, we can agree, obviously, for undocumented immigrants that have violent criminal crimes on their record or pretty insidious nonviolent criminal offenses, they should either be thrown in jail or deported. No one really disagrees there. And I'd say that the solution here for undocumented immigrants would be to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship so they could just stay in the country because that's going to be the most beneficial to them and the most beneficial to us.
I think I agree with you on immigration now. You want to switch it to abortion? You low-key changed my mind. I'm going to keep it a buck.
Dude, it's just so crazy that I was able to help change your mind there. It just almost makes me think that you might be trolling. Are you trolling about this?
I'm not. I'm 1,000% not.
Yeah, I don't
watched
really...
Nick Fuentes and stuff, and I didn't really get the counter opposition to that. And then I didn't know that they paid taxes or not. I was under the false pretense that they didn't.
Yeah,
and then,
I'm probably speaking for a lot of people watching her now. It's just it's so insanely rare to see somebody change their mind on these topics that it comes off as a troll. But I don't know. I don't think that you are trolling because of the talking points and arguments that you're running. I feel like you'd only know all those talking points and arguments to a T and be able to launch them so fast in response to the positions I gave that you'd have to actually believe them. So I mean we're making progress here, so that's good. Yeah, we could talk about abortion.
all right. I think that it should be illegal, federally. I like that Trump makes it to the state because I know a lot of people don't agree with that, and I support a democracy. But in my perfect worldview, it would be completely illegal, even in the terms of rape, incest, and yeah.
Completely legal, even in those circumstances?
Illegal.
Illegal. Okay. Yeah, that's also an insane view. Wow. Okay. Yeah, bunch of insane views from this guy today. Where do I want to start? And why do you think it should be illegal?
I think it should be illegal because you're killing something that has potential to be a life. It has very high potential that's going to be a life one day, even if it's a fetus currently. And I think that's wrong. And I have personally friends that were going to be aborted and they were products of rape. And I hate that they were almost not in my life. So I completely disagree with that worldview that it's the child's fault that the father's an asshole.
Okay, and do you think that you get this view from Christianity at all?
I would say that most of my positions are defensible from a non-Christian standpoint.
Okay, okay,
but
let's run that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with abortion and circumstances of rape, because you could be pro-life, and you could think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion for the following reason. They were forced into sex, they were forced into pregnancy, and they were forced in having that fetus reliant on their bodily resources and domicile in their uterus for continued survival. Okay? They should not be continued to be forced into giving domicile in their uterus and access to their bodily resources to that fetus to keep it alive, even if revoking those means would cause the fetus to die. Let me give you a hypothetical here that we could wrap into this conversation. Okay? You make just enough money to get by and survive for yourself. Just enough money to buy food to feed yourself. And for the next 9 months, you know that in the middle of the night, somebody's going to walk through your front door and steal half the food off your shelves to feed themselves. Now, this is going to be very damaging to yourself. Okay? It's going to physically hurt you. It's going to mentally hurt you because of malnutrition. And there's even a 3% chance that at the end of these 9 months, you are going to die from starvation. Now, all you have to do to prevent this other person from stealing half of your food is to lock your front door at night. Then they won't be able to come in. But if you were to lock your front door at night, they're not going to have food anymore, so they're going to starve to death.
They're going to die? 100% they're going to die?
Yes. Do you think
I'd let them
that
eat.
you should be within your legal ability to lock your front door at night?
Well, you see the other person has free will in that scenario. The baby has no free will inside of you. If I force that person to be in the predicament to where they have to come into my house and steal my food, then of course I wouldn't lock my door and I shouldn't be able to. If I force them into the predicament to have to do that.
What if you didn't?
Well, oh, I see. That's the rape argument. Or grape, sorry. But it's completely different with a baby because you're forcefully killing them. And the whole thing is that
Actually, the thing is that the abortion pill that could be used before 14 weeks doesn't kill the fetus.
Right.
It simply cuts the fetus off from access to the resources by denying it progesterone.
That still kills it. It's not alive.
Yeah, it leads to the death of the fetus, just like locking your front door in this hypothetical would lead to the death of the burglar.
Okay, so we're using like stupid hypothetical, but the fact of the matter is,
it's really not a stupid
in the
hypothetical. What we're doing is we're mirroring the logic, okay, that underpins why I think a victim of rape should be able to access abortion, to why we both agree that in this hypothetical, you should be within your legal ability to lock your front door at night.
well, there's more extremes when it comes to the child because there's a kid inside you and you shouldn't kill it. You're like in your right mind, you know that it's going to be a kid one day, and you're still terminating it and stopping it from progressing to become a child.
In your right mind, you know it's going to be a person like you or I one day. Okay, well, this burglar in the hypothetical that's reliant on your food from your shelves in your pantry is a person like you or I, and we agreed that you should be within your legal ability to lock your front door at night, denying them access to those resources, even if it leads to their death.
Yeah, I agree that the government shouldn't be able to step in there, but that's a whole nother separate issue because it's your own private domicile.
Okay, so can't we agree that somebody's body is more private and personal to themselves than somebody's home?
Well, they bought the home, you didn't buy your own body, and they bought the food, and you're just putting it into your...
Which, if anything, makes it more private and personal to you.
Well, I see the government outreach point in that, and like the government shouldn't be able to decide it, but at the same time, you're killing it.
Is that in circumstances of rape, you don't think that the government should be able to restrict a victim of rape's access to abortion?
They should be able to restrict it. Because it's murder. It's murder. There's a difference.
Access to abortion, but they shouldn't be able to restrict your ability to lock your front door at night in this hypothetical, even if it leads to the death of the burglar. Because in both circumstances, a valuable life is dying under your view.
Well, then the government you shouldn't be allowed to lock your door. Well, there's a difference there because the burglar could kill you in your sleep. The burglar could kill you in your sleep. And the burglar is outside of your family.
If we were to posit here that there's a 3% chance that the burglar could kill you in your sleep, would you argue that you should be legally allowed to lock your front door?
Well, I see the argument here, but there's a C-section. You can do a C-section.
Like, answer the question here. If there's a 3% chance that burglar could kill you in your sleep, should you be able to lock your front door?
Yeah, but we're not.
There's a 3% chance that a pregnancy could kill a woman.
So there's a baby in the woman's womb, and it's just gonna kill her. Like you can't do a C-section.
There's a 3% chance that you could just die from it. Yeah.
And that includes. So if you have the C-section, you're gonna die 3% of the time you have a baby.
So in many scenarios, people don't even learn about the life-threatening conditions of a pregnancy until after they die. Of course, there is preventive care to catch it in many circumstances, but that preventive care is not always practical. It's not always present. It's not always caught. This is why 3% of pregnant women, okay, even in consideration of this preventative care to prevent death, still die.
So it is 3%. But where's the statistic on that?
I think that comes from the NIH. And I think that's the most conservative estimate as well. I think the more specific estimate is 3 to 5%.
I see the logic here. And then, yeah. But where do you think the line should be drawn, like in terms of weeks?
Well, I mean, we could talk about that as soon as we get off the topic of legal access at all for victims of rape.
You know, I think I agree with you now because they were forced to have to give up the resources that they eat in their body to the baby. I think I do. Yeah, I think you flipped my idea on the whole rape thing. Are we allowed to say the actual word now? Because I heard you say it once or twice.
Yeah, I think so. I think we could say rape on TikTok. I don't think that we could have said rape a year ago. I think that we can say it now.
Okay. So, yeah, because you're right. They're forcing you because another dude raped you, and then you're forcing to give up part of your resources. And I see the hypothetical argument there and the government outreach shouldn't be able to. I mean, if I think if the mother shouldn't do it, but the government outreach part is where it trips me up, and like the government shouldn't be able to tell you not to.
Yeah, one moment. For everybody
Right.
watching the stream, there's like a bunch of people on YouTube and TikTok calling this guy a troll. Like, I understand that you're not used to like hearing people like concede their positions, but just because somebody acknowledges that they're wrong doesn't mean that they're a troll. You know, I do these debates every single day, and I agree that it's very atypical and like unlikely for a guest to be like this guy, to hold on to such like radically crazy like viewpoints, like straight up like white supremacy and like denying victims of rape access to abortion, to then concede like that's literally like a needle in a haystack. Like, I've actually never really encountered a person like this before. But I mean,
Well, I was on the fence already.
From like hearing his positions and then pushback to Concession, I'm not really getting the vibe that this guy's a troll. But I will agree, like, people like this guy are definitely needles in a haystack. Just a super weird combination of holding to very crazy radical ideals, while also being seemingly open to change their mind. You never see that. Right.
Can we get to like the weeks thing? Like, where do you think the line should be drawn? Because I'm pretty sure you and Parker have different views on that, right? Because I saw the Charlie Kirk debate, and it was like,
yeah. So on for elective abortions, you know, not in circumstances of rape, not in circumstances where the mother's life is threatened, I think that they become immoral at around 20 weeks, 20 through 24 weeks. However, a conversation of when it should be illegal, if it should be made illegal at all, is a whole other conversation that isn't really made on immorality, but rather made on practicality and real world outcomes. So if we want to start with a conversation about immorality, the reason why I don't think that elective abortions are immoral before 20 through 24 weeks is because I don't think that the fetus has any ability to deploy any level of sentience or consciousness whatsoever. And it's only at around that 20 through 24 week point that the fetus gains the ability to deploy these low-level first-person subjective experiences due to the formation of the thymocortical connections.
okay, I just wanted to establish your whole like where you think the week should be drawn, because I mean I conceded to the rape thing, but I still think that abortion in general is wrong, like past a certain point. But I would say that even in a non-rape abortion, or like even incest, I think should be legal or illegal. But they're gonna be a kid one day, so like even at like a 6 week point, I think you shouldn't be able to, because like it's gonna be a life one day. Like we like sit here and we argue that it's not sentient right now, but like eventually it is gonna be.
I agree that eventually it will be if everything stays on track. Of course, that's only like a likely prediction. It's not a certain outcome. But I don't think that this changes the fact that I don't give it more value.
Right.
I'm throwing mute just because of the dog barking in the background. Here's like the way that I think about it. We don't really give people rights based upon what traits they could have in the future. Like, we don't say that 15-year-olds should be able to go buy beer because eventually one day they'll be 21. We say like, no, you have to be 21 first before you could buy beer. We don't say that 12-year-olds can consent to sex because eventually they're going to be 18. No, we say they have to be 18 first before you could consent to sex. We don't say that 9-year-olds could drive because eventually they'll be 16. No, we say that they actually have to be 16 first before they could drive. So I don't really understand the position. Like, this unicellular human zygote should have the right to life because eventually they're going to be sentient and conscious. No, they should actually have to have the ability to deploy those low levels of sentience or those low levels of consciousness before we give them that right to life.
Yeah, sorry for my dog barking, but I see it's the extreme of life or death. Like, I see the whole point that we don't give people predetermined rights based on what they're doing in the future. I get the whole 9-year-old can't drive. because you're saying, yeah, I get it. But the extremes of life or death are just like insane because you're going to kill it based on the fact that it's not a person yet, but it can be. It's a difference between a right or not because they're not sentient conscious enough to make a decision like driving or drinking.
I think that it's more extreme to deny a woman access to abortion than it is to kill a fetus.
Really? You think so?
Yes.
One's
Because
murder, one's just like a minor inconvenience.
in the denial of a woman's access to abortion, you are stripping her of her right to bodily autonomy with no good reason for 9 months, plus the follow-up pain and trauma from childbirth, mentally and physically, that will extend over the course of their life with parental/financial obligations. So I definitely argue here that, hey, no, it's not a minor inconvenience, and you'll prove that claim wrong to yourself one day if you ever want to become a father and you have a wife that you care about and you're attentive to. And then B, it's definitely significantly more of a quote-unquote inconvenience to deny a woman access to abortion than it is to kill a fetus. Because, like I said, I mean, that fetus doesn't have any subjective experiences whatsoever. I mean, it doesn't have a mind. It doesn't have sentience. It doesn't have consciousness. It's merely a biological life form that sure exists as a member of our same species, but not to the same extent of being able to rationally explore the world around us to any level whatsoever.
Well, killing it is definitely more extreme than having to
But why is
go
that wrong?
through bodily autonomy.
Why is it wrong to
trauma.
end biological life? Like, I don't actually think it's wrong to end biological life. We only
Okay.
think we think that it's wrong to end life, not because we're killing cells, but rather because we're ending a person's experiences. Can
Yeah,
we
because
agree?
they're sentient.
Right?
Yeah.
Like there's nothing.
Killing a cell isn't bad.
There's nothing innately wrong in killing cells. All right, you know, we kill like 400 trillion cells, bacteria cells, every time we brush our teeth. I don't care about cells. I care about people. I care about experiences. I care about the ability to interact in the world around you. Now, and I agree that experiences and personhood and the existence of a mind are so valuable that I will start to value the life of that fetus
And it's
the
not
moment it
sentient
has
yet.
the ability to deploy any level of experiences. Like the level of experiences that the fetus has, that the fetus can deploy at 20 through 24 gestational weeks is so low, but I still value it so much because it finally has that ability to deploy the experiences. But before that, like, no, it's just cells, dude. Like,
I
a good
disagree.
example of this view would be like a brain dead patient. Like, a brain dead patient is fully human. A brain dead patient is fully biologically alive. Okay? But we
Right.
don't rip our eyeballs out and scream genocide in consideration to the fact that every year there's around 100,000 brain dead patients who have their lives intentionally ended by medical professionals by revoking them from access to life support, even though that is an example of a biological human life being ended.
Well, we shouldn't pull the plug. That shouldn't happen. Like, you shouldn't kill brain dead people.
So what should we do? We should just
Also-
let their body rot? Like, what's the alternative there?
Yeah, you wait till they die.
You just let their
But,
body rot.
Yeah, you wait till
Why?
they die.
Like, what is
Because that's
valuable
not
about
how
a brain
God
dead
intended
patient?
it. Well, every life is valuable. They're alive.
And this goes back to God?
Well, it does, but my positions are defensible for
I
the non.
don't think that you have a position defensible through the lens of Christianity to deny women access to abortion legally. I don't think that there's
Well,
a
my
single
position
view
isn't
to
through
defend that
Christianity.
fact. Okay, so they don't mention God. Why is the life of a brain dead
Right.
patient valuable whatsoever?
You're right. I did mention God. Sorry, but because it's a life. It's a life. It shouldn't be terminated. Life has value.
Why?
I think that's just like that's a very normal
Why does
thing.
it have
like
value?
back to the cell thing.
Like, tell me, why does it have value?
Well, I feel like I have to divert to Christianity there because
Okay, so
that just
then you're
goes into
telling
my
us
basis.
that ultimately your position is only defensible given Christianity, right?
No, because I think the cells do have value. If you don't do, if you
Why?
kill, because if you kill if you kill a cell with intentionally, that's wrong. Intentionally, like
Why?
a live cell, because live cells make up live things, not live cells make up not live things. So you shouldn't be
do you
able
think
to
it's
kill cells.
Do you think it's wrong when you brush your teeth because you commit a genocide of 400 trillion cells?
Yeah, you're right. That was stupid.
like what are we doing here? Like Like, no, the mitochondria is not a soul, man.
I don't think so. But yeah, you're right. I do have to divert to Christianity. The whole cell thing, that was kind of stupid. I don't even know why I said that.
Yes, you have to. Okay,
Holy
what
shit.
branch of Christianity do you follow?
I'm a Lutheran.
You're a
Traditional.
Lutheran. Okay, so just to clarify here, that's like Reformed, right?
No.
Do you believe in a magisterium?
Elaborate.
Like, do you think that like the church has normative authority, or are you sola scriptura? You just read the Bible and you take away from the Bible.
I read the Bible.
Okay, perfect. So, the more common view of like Protestants would be that all sins are identical in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy. Is that a belief that you hold?
All sins are identical. Sure, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that it should be illegal to lie to your child about the existence of Santa Claus? Tell them that Santa Claus exists.
Well, I'm not a Christian nationalist, so no.
Okay, perfect. So, how can you sit here and tell me that it should not be illegal to sin in the sense of telling your child a lie, but it should be illegal to sin in the sense of getting an abortion, when you acknowledge that those two sins are identical in the eyes of your perfect divine standard of morality?
I see the connection because I have to defend it with God, and both sins are equal. So if one's illegal, one should be illegal. One's legal, one should be legal. I see the point, and then I can't defend abortion from a non-religious standpoint. So if I'm not going religiously, then I'd have to be wrong.
Yeah.
Ooh. And then, so yeah, I think I agree with you. Before sentience, they should be able to terminate it. I think you just turned me into a liberal, Dean.
I think there's a lot more work to be done. We've been talking now for 55 minutes, and I think that we've made a lot of progress in the last 55 minutes for sure. But 55 minutes is not enough time to go from crazy racist white supremacist to liberal. I'm gonna be honest. But
You think so? Oh, I wouldn't say liberal. That was a little extreme, but I think you're kind of right with the sentient thing and the whole racist thing. Well, not racist, but it kind of does tie in the whole Nick Fuentes like talking point that I
Racist.
gave about like immigration coming in mass amounts, whereas brown people shouldn't. They fund the economy, and it shouldn't matter to walk outside and see a brown person or a white person, and they
Right.
don't really like. I do see the point. Like I'm not. I swear I'm not trolling. I just got into politics recently, and
I
was,
don't
like, on
think,
the fence anyway.
dude, listen, I actually don't think that you're trolling. I understand why there's people that are calling you a troll just because of like how insane the nature of this conversation is. I've never seen this happen before. I'm just going to be honest. I've never seen what has happened the last 55 minutes happen before. And I've been doing these debates on TikTok for 4 hours a day for the last like 3 years. So I understand why people are saying that because of just how insane this is. But I don't think that you're a troll. I think that this is real. Well, listen, I wish you the very best of luck in your journey in politics. I really appreciate you for joining, and continue to explore the world around you in critical thought. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a good rest
All
of
right,
your day.
sweet. See you, bro.
See ya. Wow, we're going to move on to the next guest. Dude, single-handedly, that might have been the most productive conversation like all my life ever. I don't think that we've ever had a conversation as productive as that. That was crazy, man. Wow, like that was such a productive conversation that there's like random Trump supporters in my TikTok stream right now saying that that guy's a plant. Like, wow, holy cow, man. The tides are turning. The tides are turning genuinely and sincerely, right? Like, there has never been more movement in my lifetime behind modern day American progressivism. And that is such a good thing. And I think that last conversation really demonstrated that it is possible to pull people out of those alt-right pipelines. Not only can it happen, but we just watched it happen. And obviously that guy's no saint. You don't go from being racist white supremacist to a progressive revolutionist in 55 minutes. But I still think that there's something really positive that we could all reflect on from that conversation. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm kind of new to politics, so I don't really know yet,
Okay,
if
yeah, if
that
you don't
makes
really
sense.
know, I think that this is a great place for you to be, but I think the real value that you're going to extract from the live stream is to watch the live stream. So I appreciate you for coming up, man, and I just highly recommend that you watch the live stream. We kind of go over about a billion reasons as far as why you shouldn't support Trump. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, guys. Only hop inside of that queue. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. And Elena, thank you so much for the galaxy. If you're watching and you want to support me and what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok, pin message on YouTube and top of the phone screen with a handle. We're going to go to move on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside of that queue. Like I said, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Holy cow, man. I think I'm going to be thinking about that conversation for a while. I think that really demonstrates why what we do here is so important. I see it all the time across the internet that, what we do here is just like debate me, bro, rage bait. There's no hope and the minds aren't being changed. Dude, that last conversation has definitely proved that wrong. Hi, Quinn.
Can you
Welcome.
hear
Do
me?
you support
Hello?
Trump?
Nah.
All right, I'm going to go to Banya. Folks, let's go to put the rules back up on the phone screen. Take a look. You have to be 18 plus American and MAGA to come up on the live stream. I'm going to very politely ask you to leave the queue if that's not you. And if you don't leave that queue, that's fine. We just will be banning you. I'm going to be proactively looking at the people in the queue. And if I can tell that you're like obviously not a Trump supporter, I'll just be banning you as is. So don't even join the queue unless you're MAGA. But I'll very clearly be banning you if you somehow get up in the live stream and you're not following our rules. Welcome in, Tori. Do you support Trump?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 26,
What year were you born in?
99.
99, perfect. Well, and then you said you are a supporter of Trump.
Yes, right now.
All right, sounds good. Well, I'm going to thank a couple people for some donations, and then I'll pass you that mic. I'll pass you that floor, and you can tell us exactly why you're MAGA. Just give me one moment here. I really do appreciate your patience. First and foremost, real quick. We're going to reload it and refresh it and do all that. Guys, give me one moment here so I can load up the Venmo. In the meantime, y'all make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends, hopping in that queue if you're MAGA. Here we go. Hey, Maggie, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 250 Maggie W's. Thank you so much. Maggie says, watching you change people's views before my eyes every time I watch is truly miraculous, and I'm extremely grateful for all that you do and your impact on the world. Thank you so much, Maggie. That is so kind of you. Man, just some love to MVP Maggie down below. Same thing with you, Lindsay. Thank you for the $20 donation. Who says, fuck Donald Trump. Couldn't agree more. Let's get 200 Lindsay W's. And then Mary, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Yo, holy crap, Mary. Thank you so much for your support. I want to see 500 Mary W's. Mary, that is so much money. Oh my goodness. Mary with the 50 says, a forced pregnancy in parenthood is a quote-unquote minor inconvenience. That is a complete joke. I wonder if you'd ever consider a forced vasectomy a minor inconvenience. Love you, Dean. Yeah, man, that was, like, I mean, he said a bunch of stupid shit, so I'm happy his mind changed. But that was one of the more stupid things he said. No, pregnancy is not a minor inconvenience for all the 15-year-old men watching. Thank you for the $50 donation, Mary. Same thing to you, Natalie. Thank you for the $10. I would also like to thank Holly, Kimberly, and Madeline for the $2, the $5, and the $2. Then Chelsea, thank you so much for the $5. Oscar, thank you so much for the $11 and the 11 cents, who says you could give Colin a slice of bread seasoned with water and he'll tell you it's too spicy. Appreciate you for the $11. And then Maddie, thank you so much for the $10. And Mary, thank you so much for the $10. And then this actually came in as the very first donation of the day over on Venmo 50 minutes ago. Mr. Sean and Hannah, thank y'all both for the $20. Sean says, first donation? Maybe, Lil? You were second. Hannah was first, who says, about to board a flight. Hope you have a great stream today, Dean. Well, I hope you have a great flight, Hannah. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 Sean W's, 200 Hannah W's. We're all caught up on Venmo. Thank y'all for the love. Over on PayPal, super duper quickly, Tracy, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you for that support. Show some love to Tracy down below. Tracy with the 20 says, there's hope. Great job, Dean. Thank you so much, Tracy. There is hope, right? It's a good reminder. Cully, thank you so much for the $10. Then Danielle, thank you for the $10. She says, thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you so much for the support. And then Barbara, thank you so much for the $20 dollar donation on PayPal. Barbara didn't attach a message, just sent the love. Thank you so much for your support, Barbara. And then SJ, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, so glad to catch you live again, Dean. Just sending love. SJ, as always, it's good to see you. You become a very frequent name in these streams. Just know that I appreciate you. Show some love to SJ, as well as Othi and Krista. Thank you so much for the $5. Then over on Super Chat, Phoenix, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Says, I love you, Dean. I love you too, Phoenix. I'd also like to thank Archangel. Thank you so much for the $10. And then Evie, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, great work, Dean. And then E, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat as well. Thank you so much, you guys. We're all caught up. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio, and TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and handles also at the top of my phone screen. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us how the hell you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Okay, well, the first reason I do is because of border security. My first time voting was the Biden presidency, so I kind of can compare basically the state of the country from both. And I just feel like now that we have a president that actually is aware of like, and I'm from Texas, by the way, so I also like kind of can attest to like how drastically an open border changed Texas versus a secure border. So that's one of the main reasons why I support Trump. So if you want to, we can start with that.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a complete lie that Donald Trump has increased border security. Trace, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you.
How is that a lie?
Because I'd assume that your only justification for that idea is that we see less undocumented entry, right?
Yes, we have more National Guard at our border.
We had 15,000 troops deployed to the southern border under Biden. And I mean, you're still calling it wide on open. So having a couple more National Guardsmen and women, I don't think would really change anything within.
So wouldn't that make sense though? More like.
Well, like I said, we had 15,000 more under Biden, and you said that the border was wide on open.
No, I said it was less secure.
Right, with 15,000 more troops.
Yes, we had over probably, I'm gonna just say at the lowest 10 million. I know it was more of undocumented immigrants coming into the country.
Right. So you think that the border was like
under
wide
Biden
open
versus now
it's
is significantly less. Can you agree that it's significantly less?
Yes, but I don't think that means our border's more secure because of the reasons why there's significantly less undocumented entry.
How else what would be your other reasoning then?
Yeah, of course. The heinous abuse of the law, constitution, and human rights that we see happening in America today downstream of the Trump administration. I think that this scares new history away.
Can you give an example?
Sure. We're illegally deporting people to be tortured in another country.
Who are those people?
Undocumented immigrants.
Who are those undocumented immigrants?
Do you want like specific names? Is that what you're asking me for?
I'm asking because you're making a statement.
Garcia.
Okay, what am I trying to say? What heritage or like what culture is he a part of?
I don't.
Like what country?
He's from El Salvador, and he was illegally deported to El Salvador, where he was then housed in CCOT, a center for terrorists, and tortured, being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. And then when he fell out of exhaustion, he was beat by the guards. And the same story is true for many other people in CCOT. This has been reported on not only by our own journalists, but we also see this to be true from Human Rights Watch across this country. There is, in general, it is true that detainees and inmates inside a CCOT are tortured.
Okay, and that has to do with the American border?
Yeah, it has to do with the Trump administration giving El Salvador like billions of dollars to house.
Oh, so this happened in El Salvador.
Right, yes.
In El Salvador, not on American soil.
To be beat and tortured.
Okay.
Yeah, what does that change? I mean, Nayib Bukele literally told the UN that we have oversight, control of the detainees inside of CCOT. And we also see like a bunch of other people being illegally deported there, which is where another issue arises of constitutional rights violations.
You're switching the conversation. I'm talking about the illegal immigrants.
Yeah, we're still talking about people being sent to CCOT. There was 10 planes worth of undocumented immigrants from Venezuela that were deported to CCOT in El Salvador, where they were also beaten and tortured with no due process.
So it sounds like we should be angry with El Salvador.
No, we should be angry with Trump and El Salvador.
This is happening on El Salvador soil. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I mean, I need to get out the comments. Go ahead.
Dude, This is like saying that we should be angry with the Dominican Republic because the CIA's coup of the Dominican Republic's government led to the deaths of 10,000 innocent civilians, even though it's the CIA who did that on their soil. All right?
Well,
Right?
in regards to
we should be mad at El Salvador and
America
Nayib Bukele
Americans-
for perpetuating the system inside of El
American
Salvador and opening
security, I feel like
CCOT.
it's a
But we should
great
also be
thing
mad at the
that we
Trump
have
administration
more
for
soldiers
striking a deal
and
with
more
El Salvador to
people
send undocumented
who
immigrants
can
down there and then actually
know
sending the
who's coming
undocumented
in-
immigrants down
into
there.
our country to
Responsibility would be
protect our
shared
citizens.
across El Salvador,
enjoy
their
the
leadership,
fact that
and
we
the Trump
have
administration, because it is both
soldiers
parties are
and a
engaging in some
president that
mutual agreement of
values
literal
American
human rights
safety.
violations and torture on El Salvadorian soil inside of CCOT.
For those who are wrongfully undocumented in this country and were deported, I'm sorry, that's the life you chose to live. There's things that we have set up in this country that no one's saying. I've never said I don't want any immigrants, or it's like, if you undocumented, find a way to become documented, and there's plenty of ways to do that. So I just don't understand why we're fighting institutions or the administration that wants more people to be documented. More of our
Because they're
citizens.
breaking the law, ignoring the Constitution, and violating human rights. I've already told you this.
They're not ignoring the Constitution. If
Yes, they
anything,
are.
Trump has highlighted who the Constitution was specifically for.
Okay, first and foremost, you are wrong. They're absolutely ignoring the Constitution. Donald Trump literally said so himself in December of 2022 in Truth Social. He said that we should terminate the Constitution, and that's what he's been trying to do every day in office ever since. He's infringed on the First Amendment by saying
Find the
that it's
clip. I
he's
doubt
infringed
that.
on the First
There's
Amendment.
plenty of times Trump has
I'm speaking, and
upheld
hopefully you're
the
listening, not
Constitution.
interrupting me. I'd really appreciate if you allow me to finish.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He's violated the First Amendment by saying it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. He's violated the Second Amendment by directing his DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens. He's violated the Fourth and Fifth Amendment by giving an illegal directive to ICE to arrest people and barge into their houses without judicial warrants. He's infringed on the 10th Amendment by illegally deploying the National Guard in Illinois, leading to the Supreme Court giving their opinion that it was unconstitutional. He's violated the 14th Amendment by passing Executive Order number 14160, where he attempted to relabel citizens as undocumented immigrants, stripping them of their constitutional claim to birthright citizenship to then be deported. He's violated the 22nd Amendment by saying that he maybe wants to run for a third term and there's ways that he could get around the 22nd Amendment. He's infringed on the first article of the Constitution by saying that he wants to supersede the power of Congress and vest it into himself, stating that if they don't pass voter ID laws, he'll do it himself. And he's also infringed on the second article of the Constitution, including the Supremacy Clause, that would limit him to abide by the Constitution. And he's violated the second article of the Constitution by infringing on states' rights, saying that he might want to federalize the midterm elections, taking the power away from states to govern them, and then giving it to himself and the rest of the federal government.
Okay. Almost 80% of your points were speculation of might, said, could, and I would like sources for each one of those. I can clearly tell you're reading from a document, so you must have sources that go directly to each of those statements, I would hope.
So my source for, I'm not reading from a document, but whatever. So my source that infringed on the 14th Amendment, like I said, would be Executive Order number 14160 that was signed into law January 21st, 2025. You could just go on Google, type in EO 14160, and you'll read how, in accordance with that executive order, DHS and other relevant federal agencies are directed to reclassify the children born to undocumented immigrants as parents on American soil as undocumented immigrants themselves. This is
Wait, when did that happen? Because the
January
14th
1st of
Amendment.
last year.
Okay, so the original concept of the 14th Amendment, do you know the reasoning behind that?
Yes.
What is it?
There's many reasons. The primary reason was
No.
That's it historically.
There's not many reasons. There's only
Yes, there is.
one.
No,
There's
not.
only one right answer.
It's not true.
There's only one.
The only right
It's
answer
very
is that
much
there's many
true. You don't know
reasons.
your history then
I don't think
of
you know
Black
your history.
Americans. I very much do.
When was the 14th Amendment ratified?
When was it ratified?
Thought you knew your history.
After slavery.
1868.
Okay.
So do you want me to give you
1868.
a nuanced answer to your question? Because I will if you don't interrupt me.
No, I know the 14th Amendment was meant for the children of slaves, not meant for.
So that was the primary reason for the 14th Amendment, but it doesn't mean
Yes,
that's the
it
only
was.
reason.
It was because we were seen as 3/5 of a person. We weren't seen as full humans. So that was put into place
Oh my goodness.
to let
Go down.
everyone on the United States soil know that these are American citizens. These children they're not slaves anymore. These are American citizens. That's what the 14th Amendment was for.
So more specifically, the reason why the primary motivation of the 14th Amendment was to give birthright citizenship to black people in America was because of the Dred Scott SCOTUS decision that said that no, black people do not have a claim to just solely or birthright citizenship in this country because of systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath, which is true. However, like I said, this wasn't the only reason for the 14th Amendment. You could read the congressional debate record from the floor of the House and the Senate, okay, when they were passing and ratifying the 14th Amendment from approximately 1864 to 1868, and you'll read about how, yes, this is intended for black people, but it's also intended for immigrants. And this was actually explicitly adjudicated by SCOTUS less than 40 years later, in 1898, in the U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark case, where SCOTUS unanimously agreed that, yeah, you do have a claim to birthright citizenship, given that your parents are anything but foreign diplomats, Native Americans, or members of foreign militant invading forces.
So you admit that it took 30 years down the line for it to now want to be included illegal immigrants or immigrants coming onto the soil claiming that?
No,
They
you
had
could
to
read about the inclusion of immigrants
But
in the congressional debate record from the ratification of the 14th Amendment in 1865.
Okay, you were saying dates, but I'm thinking about the actual timeline of Black American history.
Yes. Listen, African American history is integral in the inclusion of discussions about the 13th through the 15th Amendment. That is absolutely true. 110%.
That should be the only discussion.
The primary reason for the 14th Amendment,
point is that should be the only
black
discussion.
People. But it doesn't mean
concerning
that was the
those
only
amendments.
reason. And yes, the secondary and
It should
tertiary
not be
reasons
included.
of the 14th Amendment was absolutely
It's
the
like a
inclusion of
crutch that they're
birthright
trying to
citizenship for the
use.
children of immigrants.
Yes, I totally agree that we should have immigration. Our country has always been a free country, is what I'm saying. But when it comes to illegal immigrants,
You can't be sitting here
Literally
talking to
is
me
not.
about the history of chattel slavery in America and
Literally.
turn around and say that America has always been a free country. What the hell are we doing?
it has. Before colonizers came. Before the colonizers came, we were a free country. What? Yes.
Before the colonizers
Black
came.
Americans were here and we were free.
Oh, she's FBA, Dean.
Well, I mean,
What does that mean, Santana?
She has
Is
some
it- is
type
that
of notion
foundational
that
Black American?
apparently like black people were here before indigenous people. They're a bunch of
Notion, it's the truth.
weirdest shit. It's the weirdest shit. They think that chattel slavery did not happen.
CIA plan.
And like they were just here. It's a whole weird
wait.
thing.
Did chattel slavery happen? Tori?
I know what this is now. Did chattel slavery happen
Yeah.
in America?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were prisoners of war.
It's a whole weird thing. They
What?
think that they were here before indigenous people. They don't think that that chattel slavery brought black people here.
I'm seeing
It's a
now.
whole weird thing, Dean.
Wait. I
Oh my God, I bet
honestly,
it is weird to you,
listen,
Santana.
I just got to
bet.
ask some questions. I want to learn more about what you believe. So, like, in short, like, you don't believe that, like, black people came to America through the transatlantic slave trade?
Repeat that again.
So you
About the
do not
transatlantic?
believe that black people got to America through the transatlantic slave trade?
I believe that African Americans, so-called African Americans, those people were, yeah. Because there were also black people here shipped out and black people from Africa brought here. That was a part of the trade.
You said so-called African Americans. Why did you say so-called?
Because not all African Americans are the same. That's why so-called. Some people,
So you're saying that they're
some
not
people still
actually
like to call
like
themselves that
African-Americans?
and accept that about themselves. Some people don't.
So do you think that like the black people who were brought to America through the transatlantic slave trade like aren't actually black Americans?
They're African American, I would say.
But they're not black.
She's a tether.
Wait.
I'm
like,
the tether.
like. So are they black?
They're African American,
But
not
I'm
Black
asking-
American.
So they're not black.
They're not Black
They try to create a
American.
separation,
They're
dude.
African American,
It's
but now
fucking
they're not
weird.
Black American.
So weird.
Oh my goodness.
What's
So
that?
fucking weird.
Santana,
Mhm.
I really need
Bothering
to
you,
I'm gonna-
Santana.
Yeah.
Bother them ancestors than you.
I got
Listen,
it. I
man,
got
listen.
it.
I'm gonna pass you the mic to have a little bit of a conversation with her while I go pee. For everybody watching, I'll be
Yeah,
right
this
back.
is a great conversation. Me and Santana.
Like
can have.
like I said, you know, I am the quick piss ass, so I'll be pretty quick. BRB.
I got it. I normally don't engage with FBA because all you guys do is scream and talk nonsense online. I don't even want to talk about FBA anymore. I would love to get to the premise of what Dean was talking about
You
with
don't want to
the
talk about the
actual,
truth. It's
because you
okay.
guys don't have, what facts do you have? Prove any of it. Prove it.
Do you know about the fires, all the cities that were burned,
Yeah, I know
Black
about
Wall
all,
Street being
I
burned,
know
all
all
the
the claims.
records and
Where's the
files?
actual proof
There's
of the
no
stuff that you're
quote
saying?
unquote proof.
There's
The proof is that
there's
I'm here.
literal
That's
proof
the proof.
of there's
The proof is my
there's
family.
little proof
The
of
proof,
chattel
the
slavery.
proof
There's
is
literal
that
proof of people being
there's
brought from
copper in my
Africa
skin.
to
That's
the
proof.
Americas. Prove any of the shit that you're saying. Any of it. Just point me in the direction of any proof.
Well, the proof is that the fact that for many years our name, quote unquote race name,
So you
has
don't have
been
any fucking
changed.
proof.
Yes, the proof is through my mom's birth certificate, my grandma's birth certificate, her grandma's. You can see the names being changed going all the way back to what? Indian, American Indian. That's what it goes back to.
Stupid. And don't
I'm
use
not
that. That's a
stupid. I'm
slur.
very smart.
No, you're really not. You're a stupid smart person. Like you think that you're smart, but you're really stupid. Like that you
Okay.
have no proof.
That's all you can go to is name calling or trying to insult me because I'm
You
telling the
can't prove
truth.
anything that you just said. Nothing. You don't have anything.
Of course, I can't prove it right now. The records are sealed.
Okay,
the
can we
records
go
are
back
hidden.
to what Dean was talking about?
What am
Like,
I hearing?
They've been burned. Like
Wait. So I
everything,
come
like-
back, and the first thing I hear was Santana saying, "You can't prove it." Then her saying, "Of course I can't prove it."
Yeah, the records that of our history, Black American history, have been sealed. They've been burned. We weren't allowed to read for over 400 years because of that reason. So they wouldn't know our history because there's people like Santana who's going to be like, oh, you don't know. You don't remember. You don't know. Of course we don't. They did everything in their power. They did everything in their power to stop us from knowing, to stop us from remembering, to stop us from doing what we need to do in this country as Black Americans.
I'm going to thank a couple people real quick, and then I want to ask you about the Trump administration and how the hell you could support the Trump administration if you care about Black Americans and Black history in America.
Okay, I will.
So give me one moment here. First and foremost, Fussy, thank you so much for the $15 donation over on Venmo, who says, "Hey Dean, breaking news: Trump plans to attack Iran again. He has already sent naval fleet vessels close to Iran and mobilizing jets to prepare airstrike." Yeah, Stephen Miller said that like if we stay on this track, like it will amount to a war. So I'll keep you guys updated as we learn more. Thank you for the $15, Fussy, as well as Jay. Thank you for the $5. Then Diana, thank you so much for the $15. Who says this last topic is a really sensitive one for me. So thank you for speaking on it and advocating for it so eloquently. Well, thank you so much for the $15, Diana. And then Chris, thank you for the $1. Who says in the queue. Chris, you will be coming up next. I really hope that you're still in the queue. You guys are going to meet a very interesting person here as soon as we're done talking to this current guest, Tori. Over on PayPal, I'd like to thank Chantel. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. Thank you so much, Chantel. And then on Super Chat, thank you for the $20. Zana, thank you so much for that love, Zana. Who says nothing makes me more mad than female Trump supporters. 1/3 of women will go through SA during their lives, and you're supporting a predator who also wants to make decisions about your body for you. I just feel critical. How the fuck dare you? Thank you so much for the $20. I'd also like to thank Bernard for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. And we are all caught up. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. You could also find them in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. Now, of course, I want to redirect back to you guys. I don't understand how, if you care about Black Americans and Black history in America, you could ever support Trump as president, because not only does he think Black history is woke, which is why he's attempting to whitewash the African American History Museum in D.C. through the Smithsonian, saying that slavery is just way too woke to talk about today, or making direct attacks on two of the most successful Black people in this country's history, by depicting Barack and Michelle as Obama as apes and monkeys on his Truth Social account, weaponizing the race of people of color against people of color by directing ICE to detain people who are people of color because they're people of color, re-legalizing a form of racial profiling. That's also, of course, very bad. On top of the general rhetorical implications that we see downstream of the Trump administration through what he says about immigrants and how that does impact many people of color, such as brown people in this country, but the bleed over effect that we see to black people indirectly or directly through his attack on Somali immigrants in Tim Walz State.
Wait,
I don't understand why you list off so much and expect guests to be able to respond to all that. But I'm just going to say, like, when it comes to, you feel like Trump has increased basically a divide between, I'm going to address the brown people versus brown people statement you made. So I personally don't feel like it's a brown versus brown fight, really. It's an illusion. That's an illusion, honestly.
Don't know what the hell you're
When
saying.
it comes, what? You can hear me?
No, I just don't know what the hell you're saying. I don't know where this brown versus brown fight idea came in.
Nothing,
said that.
nothing that she's gonna say, Dean, is gonna make sense. Just FYI, none of the shit she's getting ready to say is gonna make sense at all.
Okay. Well, me personally, I feel like when it comes to that fight of like, oh, this is my land, this is your land. When it comes to brown versus brown, I'm talking about Hispanics and black people. When it comes to them, it's our land. Personally, this is how I feel, and they're trying to get us to fight against each other so that we don't realize that. I'm gonna just leave that there. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. So the next thing, I think that when it comes to Trump and his play in it, I think Trump wants us to realize more unity when it comes to being American, what it truly means to be an American. And that doesn't have to do anything with race. And now
according to Trump, if you're black, you're not an American. You're literally a gorilla, according to his Truth Social post.
That's not what he said. I don't know. That's you saying that.
That's what he posted.
When he said, if you're black, you're a gorilla.
That's what he posted. He posted a photo of Barack and Michelle Obama's, and Barack and Michelle Obama literally depicted as gorillas.
Hey, that's a whole thing you might not know about either, so.
Oh my fucking God.
Wait, what does that mean?
I'm Erkin Santana. I
Dean,
love it though.
just
Eventually
a little bit
you
of
will
perspective.
understand, Santana. You will.
Just to make sure you understand like
'Cause
who you're talking to. Think of, have you ever had someone up and was like, I'm not American, I'm a sovereign citizen.
Yeah.
This is the type of conversation that we're having. Like this person, that's the same mindset. So FYI.
I'm saying I'm
But
trolling.
like, what does that mean? What does that mean? What did that statement mean? Okay. You said that's something else that you don't know about when I called out Trump for posting a picture depicting the Obamas as monkeys. What do you mean? For everyone in the comments, checker 483 bro, I cannot fucking scroll down.
I'm not trolling. I know what they're saying. I'm trolling. When it comes to the Epstein files, I have something to say about Trump too. But they think I'm trolling because of that.
Okay, just respond to the question, please.
About the e-file. We're not going to talk about that.
Explain to me what you meant when you said, oh, that's something else that you don't know about.
I know what they're talking about.
In response to me
They're
calling
looking
out Trump
through.
for depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as monkeys. What does that mean? What do you mean when you said that, Dean, that's something else you don't know about? What does that mean?
It
just, you have to go back before
just
slavery.
say the stupid shit.
There was a lot of things that we were classified as, our races were classified as, that I don't want to offend anybody, so I'm not gonna like
just say the
say where
stupid
it
shit.
come
You're
from.
already here. Just say
they
it.
tried to depict black people as it, but it's not actually black people who came from monkeys. But that's it.
No, what do you mean here? Okay, I don't get what you're saying.
She's double
just-
speaking, Dean. Remember
just
that she
say it.
said there's a
have
difference
to.
between black people and African Americans.
Wait, are you saying that
Remember, she
African
said
Americans
that.
came from monkeys?
No.
Well, then what the hell are you trying to say?
Looking at DNA, it's been proven that there is a certain race that does have connections to Neanderthal. I think it's called Neanderthals. I don't know how to pronounce it. Neanderthals. Yes. Those people are connected. They have monkey DNA in them.
So yes, you white people share significantly more genetic similarities to Neanderthals than black people. But where do Barack and Michelle Obama come into this equation? Because they're not white people.
Yeah, I know, because that's what white people tried to put that identity onto black people. That was a part of the whole like
Right, which just explains why it's like
part of Jim Crow.
racist.
They had
Which
like
explains why it's
newspapers out. They
racist.
tried to depict black
Yes,
people as that.
which
but
explains
in
why it's racist
actuality-
when he depicts Barack and Michelle Obama as that.
Yeah, so Trump posted that himself on his page.
Yeah, that's what Caroline Levitt said.
Caroline Levitt,
You know, the
the speaker.
president.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say, like, did she post it? Because his administration, some of them, I do not align myself with.
Okay, so just to clarify, the offensive thing that you didn't want to say because you thought it was offensive is that white people are more genetically similar to Neanderthals and black people. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't understand what like Barack and Michelle Obama come into this. Because
I
when I
just
brought
told
up
you.
Donald Trump depicted Barack and Michelle Obama
I told you
as,
where it
as
came from.
monkeys, then you said, well, white
It
people...
still happens today. People still try to say, "Oh, black people look like monkeys." Ooh, no,
Oh,
no. Look at the lips.
So
Look at the lips.
so the depiction of
Look at the
black
hands.
people...
Look at the palms.
I think the depiction of black people is apes, gorillas, and monkeys. Okay, it's very racist. This is one of the most historically dangerous and explicit racial
is.
tropes. So
Inaccurate too.
So can't we agree that like this makes Trump very racist?
He could have racist thoughts. Yeah.
Okay, so you shouldn't support him as president.
I don't support a person. I support some of the things, not all, some of the things he has done for American citizens. That's what I support. I don't just support and idolize a president and be like, "Oh, I just die hard. Oh, I just love Trump." No, I'm not that person. Especially because of the skin and my heritage that I have.
Okay,
Especially because of that.
I think we're just gonna move on. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box here, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. This next guest is actually a guest from yesterday that we never got to finish talking to. We never got to finish talking to because they left the live to play pickleball. Oh, she left again. KP, where you at? Come back. Santana, how's your day going, man?
Good. It's actually good. I got my new stream set up, and so I was working off that. So it's been a good day.
Nice.
I've
Yeah,
been
we
listening
should
to you ever since I hopped off.
we should hop on a call one of these nights because there's a slight compression on your mic that you could fix with a simple toggle on your audio panel.
I would fucking love that. I haven't been able to figure this shit out.
Man, it took
I didn't
me-
want to bother you though.
It took me 4 months to figure out how. Like, I don't know if you've noticed this, but like on your live, like your mic doesn't sound high quality, like as high quality as you know it is. It took me 4 months to figure out the solution to that issue. I'll happily share it with you. Abram, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Bro, I joined to let you know I have been supporting Trump like my whole life, but I just now stopped supporting Trump. So I just
Good
wanted to
for
let
you,
you know
man.
that, bro.
Hey,
He's
bro.
doing some fucked up shit, bro.
That's awesome. I'm really happy. I'm really happy that you no longer support Trump as president. Good to hear, man. I mean, it's the tides truly are changing. So good to hear. Let's go to move on to the next guest, folks. I'm going to go ahead and put the rules back up on that phone screen. Only join if you're 18 plus, American and MAGA, please and thank you. Thank you. We have a couple people to thank over on Venmo, PayPal, and YouTube Super Chat. So we're going to get that next guest loaded up in here. Then I'm going to take a moment to thank a handful of people. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Okay, let's go and get that next guest loaded up in here. Welcome into Sport Trump. Hello, China Doll? I'm going to give you 5 seconds to respond here. China Doll's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. By the way, Chris, where are you? There's a guy by the name of Chris that is supposed to be joining the live stream to have a conversation with me, and he is nowhere to be seen.
Nope.
Chris, where are you? Welcome into Sport Trump.
Someone said you ran a scam business.
Yeah, people say a lot of things. Now, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, Halio,
18.
what year were you born in? Okay, not 18. But by the way, that's not true. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Over on Venmo, Miss Kinsey, this just came in. Thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Kinsey with the $25 says, playing your live in a crowded concert festival in Red State, Arizona. Oh, be careful, Kinsey. Like, seriously, on a real note, be careful. But it's good to see you, and thank you so much for the love, and I hope you have a whole lot of fun at that festival. Let's get 250 Kinsey W's down below. Thank you so much for supporting me, and thank you so much for supporting what we do. Same thing to Love You. Thank you for the $10, and I just read that message, and I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, I love you guys too, man. Yeah.
Hey, welcome in. I'm going to go to assume that means that you're not a Trump supporter, so I'm going to kick you off, but I hope you have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest, we got Terry loading up inside of that box. Over on PayPal, Rebecca, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Just saying that the last guest wasn't smart. True. Thank you for the $10, Rebecca. And then Alicia, thank you for the $1. And then over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $100. Archangel G. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Ark. I'm going to call you Ark. That is insane. That is so fucking insanely kind of you. Ark with $100 on Super Chat says, conspiracy thinking is so ridiculous. I think people aren't smart enough to collectively keep a secret without that big without slipping. I'm inclined to agree with you, Ark. Thank you so much for the $100. That is insane. I really appreciate you for your kindness and your generosity, man. Let's get 1,000 Ark W's. And the chat on YouTube and TikTok while we're hopping into this next debate. Welcome in, Tracy. Do you support Trump? Sorry, not Tracy, Terry. Terry? Okay, it sounds like Terry's just watching TV, so we're going to move on. But seriously, Ark, one last time, I do really appreciate you for that love. That is an insane amount of money. I really appreciate you. And thank you so much for your kindness. As well as Goldie, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat. Welcome in, Simon. Do you support Trump?
No, not anymore.
Awesome, man. Banned. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Take a good look at those rules, folks. Take a good look at those rules, folks.
I heard your first couple of debates. At least it sounds like you're getting some instead of the trolls and the whiners. Like that's something.
Yeah, we're kind of switching to like a automatically ban if not MAGA policy because of how bad the stream was like 3 days ago. Like
Yeah,
I don't know.
listening.
You were listening, so you remember when it was like 2 hours straight of like non-Trump supporters. So because of that, like we're really cracking down hard. In fact, I'm just gonna go ahead and repeat that crackdown right now, folks. So you have to be 18 plus American and MAGA to join the live. If you join the live and you're not American MAGA or 18 plus, I'm just going to automatically ban you. Same thing goes for just being in the queue. I'd highly recommend not joining the queue at all if you're not MAGA, because like what I'm doing is I'm going through the queue. I'm looking at your accounts. I'm looking at your bio. I'm looking at your posts. I'm looking at your reposts. And if I reasonably conclude that like you're not actually a Trump supporter based upon your bio posts and reposts, you're going to also get banned. So that'll help us prevent, non-Trump supporters from hopping in the queue in the first place. How do you support Trump, Lonnie?
I don't, but
Okay, then you're going to be banned for breaking the third rule. Let's move on to the next guest, Lee Khan. Here we go, everybody. Just do give us one moment. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, but no more Jeff Epstein. So I hate him.
Good. I'm really happy that you don't support Trump, but once again, you are going to be banned for breaking the third rule. Let's move on to that next guest, Johnny. Johnny didn't join. Guys, let me know how your day's been so far down below in that chat. I hope that you've had a good start to your Saturday. It's 4 p.m. out here in Colorado. And as soon as I get off of this stream, I'm going to go hit a nice workout and enjoy my Saturday night. Welcome to Daisy. Do you support Trump?
Well.
Baby. You can't ban the baby, Dean.
That was a newborn.
Yeah.
And I'd assume that that's just Daisy, the mother of the newborn, obviously caring for the newborn with her phone nearby. But it sounded like the newborn said no. It sounded like that. It sounded like a literal 6-month-old said no.
Put that on me.
Man, that's funny. That's funny. That's good. That's good. Yeah, we can't ban the 6-month-old. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that key of your MAGA. Please do follow the rules, else you will be banned. And Ebony, I appreciate you so much for the Galaxy Globe. Thank you. Oh, we got the next guest loaded up in here. What's going on, Jess? What's up? Do you support Trump? Jess, hello. You have 5 seconds before you're banned. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh crap! Oh my bad. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I won't ban you. Take care, Jess. Let's move on to the next guest. We got Radar loading up into the box right now, folks. Follow the rules or do you get banned? You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA. That's how it is. Welcome in, Radar. Do you support Trump? I'm going to gonna ban you just for generally breaking all 3 rules. So let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Lobo loaded up into the queue right now. All right, welcome in, Lobo. Do you support Trump?
All right, welcome in, Lobo. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Echo.
What happened?
Oh, it's not there anymore. How old are you?
24.
Okay. And why do you happen to support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Authoritarian Donald Trump?
Because I believe he's good for the economy and he's anti-abortion.
Yeah, the good for the economy bullshit just isn't really working out anymore. I mean, last year we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2009, most layoffs since the peak of the pandemic, highest level of unemployment since the peak of the pandemic, and the worst annualized jobs report since 2003. We ignore recessions. Jay, thank you for the galaxy.
Oh, you were done?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Nope, you could respond to my counter argument.
Okay, can you repeat that?
Sure, yes. You said that he's good for the economy. I said, well, that's surely not true. Last year, we had the most layoffs since the peak of the pandemic, highest level of unemployment since the peak of the pandemic, most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2009, and worst annualized jobs report since 2003 if we ignore recessions.
I think everything's cheaper.
Okay, well, actually, CPI is getting worse. Things are getting more expensive, so that's also not true.
How are things getting more expensive?
How are things getting more expensive? How about we just first operate on the claim, are things getting more expensive? The answer to that question, are things getting more expensive, is yes. Just look at the CPI. The dollar is worth less today than it was at the beginning of his term. Like food is up by 2.9%, energy is up by 2.5%, and then all items are generally up by 2.4% over the course of the last 12 months.
Well, I haven't seen any of that.
Okay. All right. Then all you need to go to see that is to go to bls.gov/CPI. It's literally the first thing that shows on the website. I'll literally just check this out. All things up 2.4%, food 2.9%, energy 2.5%.
Okay. Well, he's anti-abortion, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, well, before we talk about that, I want you to respond to my claims to debunk your first claim that he's good for the economy, please and thank you.
What?
Before we talk about your second claim, I want you to respond to the counter argument I gave you to your first claim.
What, that the economy's not...
Yes.
Or that things aren't getting cheaper?
Yes. Well, just generally the economy. So I explained to you how the economy is getting worse, and then you kind of deflected away from that explanation by saying that things are getting cheaper. Then I just refuted you there too. So let's just go back to the first claim, the economy is getting worse. Without any pivot or deflection right now, please address the points that I brought up.
I don't really know what to say to that.
Okay, then concede.
Concede what?
That the economy is not getting better.
Okay.
All right. So you're completely conceding that viewpoint. So we now agree that Donald Trump is making the economy worse. So why do you still support Trump given that he's making the economy worse?
Because he's anti-abortion.
Okay. So if he was anti-abortion, you'd support him no matter what?
Well, no, not no matter what.
Okay,
That's
so what would he have to
insane.
do to make you to stop supporting him?
I don't know.
Okay, well, if you can't think of one thing he could do to make you stop supporting him, I'm going to label you as a member of the MAGA cult and kick you.
Wait, what?
If you can't think of one thing he could do that would make you stop supporting them, I'm going to label you a member of the MAGA cult and I'm going to kick you.
Okay, well, I guess if he shot someone or killed somebody,
Okay, what about if he raped someone?
Sure.
Okay, a court proved that he raped someone.
What are you talking about?
Yes, I'm talking about the civil court that held him liable for raping a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll with a unanimous ruling of 9 jurors in 2023.
When did this happen?
I just said 2023.
And no one's talking about this?
We're talking about it right now.
Okay. Well, I don't know anything about that, so...
Okay, well, what do you want to know about it? I could tell you the evidence, I could tell you the name, I could tell you the date, I could tell you the time, I could tell you where it happened and how it happened. Would that help?
Yeah.
Okay, so once again, the woman's name is E. Jean Carroll, and she proved in that civil court, and the 9 unanimous jurors agreed, that in late 1995 or early 1996, okay, she was raped by Donald Trump inside of the dressing room of a retail store on the 4th level on a Thursday evening by forcefully penetrating her female member with his fingers. The evidence included her own testimony, corroborated by therapist notes from the 90s, where she told a therapist that she was raped by Donald Trump, the testimony of 7 others, Donald Trump's own contradictory counter testimony. He said that he never met her, which she responded to with a picture of them together. He also said that he never raped her because she isn't his type, but then confused a picture of his ex-wife Marla Maples, who is his type, to be E. Jean Carroll. Not to mention that she claimed she had the dress that she was raped in by him, submitted it to the court. The court proved that it had male DNA on it. Then the court asked Donald Trump to provide his DNA to prove that it was his. He said, no, I'm not going to do it. Why would an innocent man refuse to prove their own innocence? Okay, I think that indicates his guilt. Not to mention all the character priors that are true of Trump that indicates this to be true, such as the Access Hollywood tapes from 2005, where he straight up said that he could just grab women by their vagina without asking first, and that's exactly what the court determined he did to E. Jean Carroll, or other similar things that we would expect a rapist to do, such as when he would barge into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants to look at their boobs, which he admitted to in 2005 to Howard Stern when he said it, and I quote, the funniest thing I'll do is I'll like walk into the dressing rooms and look at the people with no clothes on. Keep in mind they're women and girls, amounting to sexual exploitation. Not to mention all of his ties in cooperation, in connection to Epstein, which also kind of build a character of a man who would do what the court proved he did to E. Jean Carroll.
Well, that's certainly bad.
Okay, yeah, it is certainly bad. That's right. Rape is bad. Great revelation, man.
Can I ask you a question?
Well, after you concede that you no longer support Trump because you said if he raped somebody, you no longer support him.
Well, I don't know for sure. I would have to look into it.
Okay, like what? What would you need to see? Like the court documents where the jury agreed that he raped her?
I don't know, maybe.
What do you mean maybe? You're the one setting your own
I'm
guidelines
saying
for what you would need to see in order to believe that it
into
occurred. Okay, but is that what you need to look into, like the court documents?
Just the entire thing, I guess.
The entire thing. Like, what do you want to know? I'll be your Dean GPT. I'll give you sources on the fly. Let me know.
Well, I don't know the specifics of how courts work.
Okay, well, what questions do you have? Like, you said that you need to look into this. What would that process of looking into it look like for you? Let's look into it together right now.
What?
You heard me. You said you need to look into it. All right, let's look into it together right now. I have my computer in front of me with Google that I could display, capture, and show to you on top of like the billions of documents that I already have saved that I could pull up like on the stream right now. Like, we're going to look into it together. Okay. So act as if, right, you're like on your computer Googling right now. What do you need to know?
I guess I would just start by Googling the case and see what happened.
To see what happened? Okay. Trump, E. Jean Carroll. Perfect. Here's what happened. Take a look at your phone screen. I'm going to show display capture of Google. First thing that pops up, AP News. Jury finds Trump liable for sexual abuse. Awards accuser $5 million. Click into it. A jury found Donald Trump liable Tuesday for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll in 1996, awarding her $5 million in a judgment that could haunt the former president as he campaigns to regain the White House. So what's next?
What do you mean?
What do you need to look into next?
I don't know. Did you hear me?
Yeah, you said I don't know.
Hello?
I expected something a little bit more than you. You don't know?
No, not really.
Okay, so you just kind of find yourself in a position of like helpless, willful ignorance?
No, it's not willful ignorance.
Well, to be fair, Dean, at this point, normally they just like they would see the headline and they would scream "fake news," and then just stop reading. So
But
you're
like I
trying to
don't.
push him way past his research limits.
But like I know, right? Like I guess I am, but like he said that he need to look into this, but now I'm like, okay, what do you need to look into? He doesn't know. So just to clarify, like if I were to have just moved on to the next subject with you and you said you need to look into this, you never would have looked into it because you don't know how to look into it, apparently, according to you. Like, would you have just like come to some revelation, some random night of how to look into it or what to look into? Like, what did you even mean when you said that you need to look into this? Because now that we're looking into it, you know, you are lost as a stray puppy dog.
What was your question?
Get out of my life. Sorry, 35 IQ minimum. Moving on to the next guest here. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, please, and thank you. Let's go to get the next guest. Jeffrey Newman, loading up into the live. Take a look at the rules on that phone screen before you join. You got to be 18 plus, American to MAGA, please and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? You know, I like it when people come up here and play music, but I'm just like so familiar with piano that I that I happen to know that is actually a preset piano song on old Yamaha digital keyboards, where you click a button on the Yamaha digital keyboard and then it plays that song. And the reason why I know that is because I used to own that same Yamaha digital keyboard that play that song. And that sound too. So
unoriginal.
Not impressive. Not impressive. Welcome into eSport Trump.
Yes, I do.
Oh, it's here. I'm sorry, I didn't see your name before you popped up. What, dude? Why do you keep on like continuing to re-request? Like, we've never had a productive conversation, like ever.
Because eventually, I feel like we're going to.
You feel like eventually we're going to. Okay. Well, let me thank a couple of people real quick, and then we'll try to have a super productive conversation. I'll probably just end up kicking you. Hey, Fussy and Steven, I appreciate you both for the $5 over on Super Chat. And then Luna, thank you so much for the 24 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Luna. Show some love to Luna down below. Luna with the 24 euros says the only thing getting cheaper are MAGA's excuses. Dude, I know, right? Like that last guy, he didn't even have an excuse. He just went like super idiot mode. Thank you for the 24 euros. Same thing to you, Aaron, over on PayPal. Thank you for the $20. Let's show some love to Luna and Aaron down below. Aaron says, could you debate without the MAGA rule sometime? Good job, you and Parker and Santana. I appreciate you so much for the love, Aaron. All right, show some love to Aaron and Luna down below. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. I get 100% of all those proceeds. You can even attach a message. I'll do my best to read out loud. Thank you guys so much for your support. So, the one and the only. I don't understand how you or anyone for that matter could still support Trump as president, because let's look at what we got. If you care about the economy, you're not a Trump fan because he's destroyed the economy. You care about the Constitution, you're not a Trump fan because he's been attacking the Constitution, ranging from like 7 of the amendments and 2 of the articles. If you care about foreign relations, and you don't support Trump because he's destroyed foreign relations, asked his military to draft a wartime invasion for one of our allies, which would just crumble NATO. You care about, like I said, our transatlantic partnerships. You don't like Trump because our transatlantic partners think he's an authoritarian. You care about democracy. You don't like Trump because he wants to nationalize the midterm elections and told us all that he regrets not having the National Guardsmen seize the voting machines in the 2020 election. You care about law and order. You don't like Trump because there's no law or order to his administration. I mean, he gave full and complete presidential pardons to 174 people that raided our Capitol, smeared their shit inside of on the walls after violently attacking police officers, trying to kill them. Like, how? Just tell me how. Like, what is there to the Trump administration that makes you support them?
I would like to respond to the Eugene Carroll one that you just left off with.
I don't want you to do that because I want to hear the reasons why you support Trump.
Oh, okay. Okay. I support Trump because there's over 20 people in a peace accord. We've never had that before. We've mostly had presidents that have wanted to go to war, and they actually did. And they actually put us in war for a long time. And a lot of our service members were either injured, unalived, or homeless. A lot of them aren't taken care of. Okay, so with Donald Trump getting 20 countries to sit down at the table and try to
Are you
agree
talking
on
about his board of
peace.
peace?
Yep, the slush fund.
Yeah,
Most definitely.
The slush fund with $10 billion
Call
that
it what
the
you
Pope
want.
rejected.
If Joe Biden did it, it would be a great thing.
Well, I don't really think that the board of peace is doing anything too peaceful, and that's probably why the Pope
So like I
said
said,
no.
if Joe Biden did this, it would
So
be
what
amazing.
what are the positive outcomes of the board of peace?
Everybody agreeing that they want to try to sit down and work with trade and
Who's everyone?
travel. The 20 countries that sat down.
Who are they? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know all exactly. I bet you do, though.
No, I actually don't. I think it's going to be very relevant, like what the countries are, right?
Most definitely, but there's
Yeah, like it's going to be
20.
relevant who the countries are and what we're achieving. And if, by the way, if you value like international partnerships with other countries, then you want to support Trump because he's been like talking about how he wants to leave NATO since 2016.
Okay,
the most
well, why
important
did
international partnership.
why did they say that Trump is the reason why Europe started paying more into NATO and start paying their fair share because of Trump?
Well, I don't understand why you're bringing this up as it has absolutely
Well,
nothing
that's
to do with
I
the
would
point
think
I was
that that's a
making.
good thing. If
Well,
we're not
sure.
having to pay their fair share,
You can
of
have the
defense
mic to
of
argue.
them.
That's a good thing after you respond to the clear contradiction I was able to point out in your view. If you care about this new peace board of Trump so much that it's the reason why you support him, first and foremost, you
It
have to
wasn't the reason
justify
why
that
I
position
supported him because
by
I didn't even know
explaining
he was
what they're
going to do it.
achieving, okay, and who the countries are that are in it. But simultaneously, it seems contradictory because he's been screaming and shouting forever about how he wants to leave NATO. He about damn caused the downfall of NATO when he was asking our military to draft a plan for the invasion of
Yeah,
Greenland.
he said
This
he
also
wanted
goes
to
into the
leave it
warmongering
because we were
BS.
paying the majority
Warmongering
of their
BS towards
protection.
Iran, warmongering BS towards Venezuela, warmongering BS towards Greenland, warmongering BS towards Mexico, warmongering BS towards Colombia, warmongering BS towards Cuba. Like, it is absolutely.
They're warmongering against those people. Dean, can you not steamroll and have a good debate? That's why we don't have a good one, because you steamroll everybody, and if they don't agree with you, you kick them. Now
You're
listen,
calling my point a steamroll because you know that you're not equipped to
194
respond to
cartels
it.
are in Mexico, and Trump called them terrorist groups. I agree with that. Okay.
Oh yes, yeah, and just labeling them as terrorist groups does absolutely nothing for us.
Did you hear what CNN did? They tried to go interview the cartels because they thought the cartels were going to say some bad stuff about Trump. And do you know the cartel said they respected Trump for him doing what he did because he's protecting his people. Okay.
So you support
That's
Trump
what
as president because the cartel,
literally
because members of the
said.
cartel said that they respect him.
I never said that.
Maybe it's because Donald Trump is exactly
what
who
was I
they'd
just
like to be, an
telling you?
authoritarian
What I
maniac
was-
who thinks they have unilateral power and control to do whatever the hell they want, whenever the hell they want.
No. It's called
the
who
idea.
was going to take out the bad guys? Who was going to take out the cartels, Dean?
Well, I mean, I don't think that a bad
194
guy
of
is
them.
going to be equipped to take out the bad guys. Like holy shit, we have to be able to recognize that. Yeah, our president, Mr. Trump, is a bad guy. He's only
Then
called for
obviously
the
you're
execution of his
wrong.
political opponents in Congress. Okay, raped a woman.
He must not
concealing
be
the
a bad
release of the
guy.
Epstein files, having his name redacted illegally over 1 million times, fucking over the working class by taking their health care.
See,
away,
there's a
fucking over the low
steamroll
class
right
by
there.
taking their health care away. No,
'Cause
it's
you're
not a
saying, like,
steamroll.
10
It's an
different
introduction
points.
to a conversation that'd take 3 hours to complete about how bad of a guy Trump is.
Dean, I've heard you say every time we talk.
Then you should understand exactly why
so
Trump
you don't
is a bad
have
guy.
to. So you don't have to steamroll into it all.
One second.
I didn't know. I didn't know
I'm
bad
hating-
guys go.
I hate this notion that just because I say something, it proves you wrong, therefore it's invalid because you think it's a steamroll. Keep
You're
up
not
and
prov-
respond to the points that I'm making. You said that you've heard me say this again and again and again, so you should understand exactly why Trump is a bad guy.
Dean,
Also,
you
he
said
lied
like
about
8
the comment
different
from the
things right there.
cartel. They didn't say
No,
that.
I did not.
Literally, the comment was.
Fuck you, Santana. I didn't lie.
They said, do you think Donald? The question was, do you think President Trump has been making your job tougher? And the cartel member said, "Oh yes," and said it's becoming more difficult. And he said, and the only other thing he said after that was yes. Like that was the question. That was the only thing. Like there was
Well, there
nothing
was-
else with.
There was
Trump
more of the
looking through all the
question.
quotes.
Sorry you didn't see it, buddy.
You said what?
Sorry you saw part of it. And see,
I'm
they
looking
did
at the
say
entire transcript.
Trump is making their job harder. They didn't say Joe was. They said Trump is.
But
Fuck
you
the
lied.
cartel. Do you want to defend the cartel?
You literally lied. Anyway, go ahead and answer Dean's point. But
I
you
didn't
lied.
just lie. You just
Yeah,
didn't see the
listen,
whole video.
You
You're
said that I
lying.
was steamrolling over you. And I
You're
dropped
lying,
about 1 billion
Santana.
points.
Why do you gotta lie?
So then I'll just reduce it down to 1 point. Trump is a bad guy because he literally wants his political opponents executed.
Really? If that was the case, they already would have been.
That's certainly not true. Just because you
Yes,
want
it
to do
is,
something.
because if he wanted them executed, they already would be.
Okay, can I respond?
Why did it say Joe Biden was not
I
even
don't want you to
here
move on
in
to Joe Biden. I want to be able to
2019
respond to your
from-
first comment that if you wanted them
from the
executed, they would
Epstein
be. Can you please
files?
allow me to finish?
Well, can I say
finish
10
speaking?
things like you did?
Well, I reduced it
I just
down to
want to
one
say
thing
10
because you
quick
accused me of
things like you
steamrolling.
did.
You
Well,
accused
that's
me
what
of
you
steamrolling,
did.
so I reduced it down to 1 point for you.
Well, I want to just get my 10 in.
Okay, it
In
seems
the
like you just want to
Epstein
run away from me
files-
responding to what you said. So I'm actually now going to put you on mute and respond to the 1 point you made. Unmute yourself when you're ready to listen, and I'll start. I got to treat you like a toddler because you're acting like a toddler. Man up, grow, like act your age.
I
dude.
thought
You're
you
a grown
just
fucking
said
man.
you were going to mute so you could talk.
All right, I just want to make sure that you're listening. Are you listening?
Yeah, my ears are clean, bro. I'm listening.
Okay, so listen. You said if he wanted to execute his political Congress, then political opponents in Congress, then his political opponents in Congress would be executed. No, that's not necessarily true because we have checks and balances. Are these checks and balances always effective at defeating the Trump administration? No, but have they been pretty effective at defeating the Trump administration on a lot of things? Yes, we just don't really hear about it because the Trump administration floods the zone every single time they lose. Like, they literally tried to criminalize gay marriage and they lost to SCOTUS. No one really knows it or talks about it because they flood the zone with about 1 billion other things. Same things with the multiplicity losses in courts, from the tariffs to different executive orders to deportation, so on and
That's
so forth.
4 different
They
things,
are
Dean.
losing in the courts, okay? But my point here is
Trump
the reason
had
why
a
he
gay
couldn't
marriage,
execute
a couple-
a moment. My point here is the reason why he could not execute his political opponents is because the DOJ did not have sufficient evidence to indict them for a crime that could lead to execution because they were not guilty of the crime in which Donald Trump said they were. Okay,
So
his
thank
DOJ
you for
tried
proving
to
my
indict
point.
them. One moment.
He can't
the
do
DOJ tried to indict them for treason, and they failed. Okay, because they did not have sufficient evidence to support the indictment. But this does not change the fact that you're attempting to run away from, which is the fact that we know he called for their execution, which is absolutely true. All right. He went on Truth Social 9 weeks ago. He reposted an article published by the Washington Examiner titled 7 Democratic Lawmakers in Congress Urge Members of the Military to Not Follow Unspecified Unlawful Orders. Donald Trump responds by saying that they're seditious and treasonous. He then also adds on that their sedition, their treason is punishable by death. And then it reposts a follower's comment that says, hang them. That is Donald Trump calling for the execution of his political opponents.
Oh, I know what happened. I think he was trying to put fear into people. Wake up and smell the coffee. Stop defining us.
So do you agree that he was trying to call
you
for
could
their
be
execution?
unalived behind it.
Do you agree that he's
Hello?
trying to call for their execution?
No, I believe that he was. What did I just say, Dean? I believe that he was giving you guys a hello, smell the coffee. You can be unalive for certain things when you're in the government.
Okay,
and if you
so-
don't remember
so,
that,
so then you just think
maybe
he
you
was
need
calling
a
for the
fucking
execution
reminder.
and instill fear in them?
Wait a minute. If they didn't remember the oath they signed when they got into government, because it didn't sound like they did, and they needed a reminder from somebody. Who was going to remind them that they should be
Congressmen and
doing-
women, congressmen
They
and
went
women,
on the news. trying to
congressmen and
defraud-
women take an oath to not remind members of our military of the UCMJ.
No, they take an oath to actually not defy the military, the president. They take
Well, I mean,
an oath
actually,
to.
obviously, you're not familiar with the UCMJ whatsoever because the UCMJ clearly tells members of the military to disobey unlawful orders. That's literally day one.
Yeah, but if they're not unlawful orders and they're just acting like they are, then that's not what. Do you see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I
just
don't see what
because
you're
they
saying, because in the
said
video
it
that they
doesn't-
posted, they said if he gives you an unlawful order, you should not follow it. That's what they said. Not if he gives you a lawful order, or not if he gives you a lawful order that we will call unlawful.
So
He said,
they
if
weren't
give you
talking
an
about a
unlawful order-
specific
But
topic?
once again, yeah, they weren't talking about any specific topic. But once again, we're getting off base here. All right. Because I first want to prove that he called for their execution, and then we could have a conversation surrounding if it was justified or not justified. You're just like acting like a petulant man-child, and you're like crashing out, and you don't have the ability to stay on one topic at a time, and you're perpetually trying to deflect away from this base claim that he called for their execution in the first place. So listen here, okay? If I were to go on social media, say that you're a rapist, say that all rapists deserve to die, and then reposted a comment that said you deserve to die, would I be calling for your death?
Yeah, but I don't think he went that far.
Well, that's exactly what he did. He said, they're treasonous. And then he went on to say, they're all people guilty of treason deserve to die. And then he went on to repost a follower's comment that said, they deserve to die.
Well, so the president can't say how he feels, huh?
Okay, so you accept that he called for their execution.
I already said I know he did.
No, you actually haven't. You've been arguing that he didn't call for their execution.
Well, as a reminder and a call for it, call what you want.
So I have a question. Is it like clearly wrong to baselessly call for the execution of your political opponents?
Yeah, if you want to put it the way you are, sure.
But you just agreed and accepted that way is the right way.
Well, no, not really, but the way you're putting it, yes.
No, that's not the way I'm putting it. That's the way it was, right?
Dude, why do you think you got
No, stop it. Like you just agreed that that's what happened. You just agreed that that's exactly what he was doing, right?
Calm down, bro.
I'm just asking you a question. I'm very calm.
Because you're hitting the vape pen all day.
I mean, I just think that you're kind of. I think that you're starting to get really mad because I'm kind of.
No, it just seems like. No, I'm very calm right now.
Okay, so then answer the question. So you did agree. Now he's going to try to say the names of drugs, knowing that I'll have to kick him because you can't say the names of any drugs.
He's trying to run.
On
He's about to crash out on you, Dean.
Yeah, buddy, don't run. You know the rules of TikTok. You know that you cannot say the names of drugs on TikTok Live. I muted you because you were about to say the name of a drug on TikTok Live, so then I have to kick you.
Okay, you're right. Okay, so I'm glad you muted me, so you didn't have to do that. But I wish we were on like a Twitter or a Rumble where we didn't have to pause and say these code words, because it'd be so much better.
Just don't crash out. Just like be an adult, engage in a conversation, stop crying.
Because I raise my voice a little and cuss a little doesn't mean I'm crying.
No, because they're trying to like spam like drug names.
Santana, I've heard you before.
So you don't have to engage
in dialogue. You crash out, bro. You yell at people. You get so upset, bro. I mean, it's hilarious. And you try to tell people not to crash out.
Once again, like you're literally like so bad at debating and so scared of engaging to this point. They're just like basically accusing me of being on drugs and then turning around and saying that Santana's a crash out. Calm down, respond to the point, please and thank you. All right? You accepted that, yes, Donald Trump did baselessly call for the death of 7 Democrats in Congress. You said that was
Sure.
Okay. So can we agree
there's probably more that
it is a really bad thing for the president
honestly,
to
probably
baselessly
more
call
than
for the
that.
execution of his political opponents?
I don't think so.
What? Why?
I think more than that probably should be unalived.
Yo!
Whoa, dude.
Why? Are you fucking Nazi over here?
Really?
Do you think I should be unalive?
So you just want to, Nazis would be unhappy for you calling people
1 second.
Nazis
Do
that
you
are
think
not
I should be
Nazis?
unalived?
Do you know that?
Do you think I should be killed?
No, not at all.
So why do you think they should be killed, but I shouldn't be killed?
Are you in the government? Have you robbed us? Have you lied to us?
So
have you done shit like that?
So if I
did
were
you
to
take
be,
an oath?
So you think
did you
that
take an oath?
So I just want to clarify. You think that the Democrats in Congress should be hung?
I think some Republicans should too. Call me a river. Cry me a river, homie.
So
they're lucky we're not back in the day right now because they would have already been.
So if somebody killed Joe Biden while he was president,
Like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, if we went back in time,
if somebody assassinated Joe Biden, would you have been happy?
No.
Wait, why? But I thought you just said that Democrats in Congress deserve to be hung. Democrats in Congress.
If he was assassinated from an individual that was a Trump supporter, is not the same way as being unalive from our government.
Do you think that Trump should legitimately push for the execution of Biden right now?
Why do you?
Do you think that Donald Trump should push for the execution of Biden?
Fuck yeah. And I think he was already unalive.
All right. Well, we don't talk to mask off fascists, so goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. What a crazy guy.
I'm actually shocked he lasts as long as he did. Like normally he crashes out way earlier than that. I've never seen someone have a conversation for that long with him ever.
Yeah, what a violent extremist. Or just what a completely incoherent violent extremist. Let's go to move on to the next guest. I remember that Lobo guy with like a 35 IQ.
He said, "Why are you running?"
Let's go to move on
I
to the next.
don't think they
guest.
understand things. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I don't think they do understand things. Wait. It's actually okay. Let's bring it back up for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I shouldn't have kicked that last guest. I was running, Lobo.
I'll suck your dick for free.
Oh, that's a fake Lobo account. Okay, moving on to the next guest, Dawson.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Hey, welcome in, Dawson. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 24.
Okay. All right, sounds good, man. I'm going to take a moment here, just thank a couple people. Honestly, I need a break from the violent extremism, and then we'll hop into the debates. Hey, Luna, thank you so much for the 24 euros over on YouTube, who says, caller, go look at the German carnival floats to know what the world thinks about MAGA, claiming Greenland would bring no benefit but weakening NATO to please Putin. Most countries on Donald Trump's quote-unquote peace board just can't openly oppose the U.S. Thank you so much for the 24 euros. Same thing to you, Full Band. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for that love, Full Band. Show some love to Full Band down below for the 20. I really appreciate you. Same thing to you, Bernard, with the 20, who says, guess Trump supported killing 2 people clinging to life from the remnants of a destroyed boat going against the Geneva Convention. Bad guy. Yeah, literally. Supported war crimes under the Geneva Convention. Very bad guy. And then Kristen, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. That is crazy. Kristen didn't attach any message to the love, just sent the dono. Kristen, thank you so much for the support. Show some love to Kristen down below, folks. Show some love to Kristen down below. Seriously, thank you so much for your kindness. Holy cow, thank you so much, Kristen. And then we have, let's see here, 2 people on Venmo. Ben, it's actually just one person. Ben, thank you so much for the $35. Who says this logic is wild. He didn't call for it because if he did, they'd be dead. So words only exist so they work, apparently. Then he went on to say, oh, so he wasn't threatening them. He was just giving them a wake-up call. That's cute. And democracies, we use elections for that, not firing squads. Well, Ben, at the end there, you know, he ended up having to concede that, yeah, Donald Trump was calling for their execution because that's just what happened. And then he just said that he supports him, that they need to go. Insane. Megan, thank you so much for the $13 over on PayPal. He says, hey, Dean, have you seen the videos of Jelaine spotted in Quebec City? Do you think that this is real or AI? Love from Canada. Love to you as well, Megan. Thank you for the $14. It's likely AI. Show some love to Megan down below in that chat. And then Anna, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Thank you. Thank you so much about a billion times, Anna. Anna with a 50 says, love watching you. You're one of the only people who make me think things can get better at some point. My dad supports Trump because he believes a lot of what he says is satire. He's joking, which is part of why I'm not talking to him. Keep doing what you're doing. Love y'all. Well, thank you so much for the love, Anna. One thing I would recommend is asking your dad how he knows when Donald Trump is being serious and when Donald Trump is being satire. He will not be able to give you a good answer. Then same thing to Fuzzy. Thank you for the 5. Marquis, thank you for the 2. And then Tyler, thank you so much for the 4. We're all caught up everywhere, guys. Thank you so much for your support. Go ahead, Santana.
Really quick, Benjamin, thank you for the 5. Rebecca, thank you so much for the 2. Nachet and Shakira, thank you so much for the 5. You're awesome.
Take it away, Dawson. Tell us why you support Trump.
So, I am always like talking with my friends and stuff and all the people online, and I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around all this. I'm not like a massive politic person, but I obviously live in the United States, so I'm trying to understand more about this whole thing. And something with Trump that I've been hearing is that Trump is for countries and for the United States and trying to support everyone. And I guess I'm just trying to see if you can help me understand some stuff. And one of the things that I believe that I support Trump for is that he, like last time he was in office, I've seen all the gas prices going down, and I saw that there was a lot of good going on. But this time around, I kind of have mixed emotions, and I was hoping that maybe you can help me understand some things.
Yeah, well, I would highly recommend if you're just looking to gain a little bit more information surrounding American politics, a better place for you to be than being on the stream would be to watch the stream. But maybe before, I move on to the next guest, because it just looks like you're trying to understand, not necessarily trying to debate. If you have one question you'd like to ask me, I'll answer it.
Yeah, so it's kind of about the Epstein files and all that. I am on there and I'm seeing photos and I'm seeing some information, and because AI is so advanced, I kind of don't know what's real, what's fake, what could be real, what could be fake, and I'm just having a hard time saying things and being like, yep, that's real, or nope, that's fake.
Oh, yes. I got you. So if you go on Google and you type in Epstein Library, you'll have access to all the public documents, including any public documents that you'd be seeing online that you don't know if they're real or fake. So what you could do is you could actually reference any document that you see online on the Epstein Library by looking up like the very specific phrases mentioned in what you see online on the Epstein Library. And if they populate a result, then it's real. If they don't populate a result, either you had a typo, or it's likely fake.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate your
Take
time.
care, Dawson. Take care. Take care.
You too.
Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Y'all already know the rules. Right now, it's very hard for us to find a single person who supports Trump because, guys, let's face it, the amount of Trump supporters is declining. There's not many left because Trump sucks and everyone knows it. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do. I just had I'm confused about a few things. I voted for Obama, but then I didn't trust the situation with, I didn't really trust the situation with Biden, and then mostly because of the Epstein files, and I don't understand why they didn't release under Biden and why they had a chance to do it. And I realize now that like Trump doesn't seem genuine, but at the time it did, and I'm just trying to understand why Biden didn't release them and what that's all about.
I'm so sorry. Can you try to answer that question again?
I'm just trying to understand because Biden didn't release the Epstein files, and I didn't trust the situation that the Democrats were going to release it. And I mean, now that we're where we are, I see how
like why Biden didn't release it. Sure. Well, it's because during the first 3 years of his term, the files were involved with the active ongoing investigation and prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell. They couldn't be released, any of them, at all. Now, during the last year of the Biden-Harris administration, after her prosecution was over, it would have been hard for them to release them because of judge approval for a lot of the files. But then B, they really viewed the DOJ as an independent entity, far and away from them in the White House. And I'd say that there's some very compelling evidence for this theory, because they could have dipped their toe into the DOJ to selectively release the files that make Donald Trump look bad, like the 6 allegations or the 2 like super very credible accusations, or the birthday letter that he sent to Epstein, or the letter that Epstein sent to Larry Nassar saying that Donald Trump shares their affiliation for young girls, so on and so forth. They could have if they wanted to, all right? But they didn't, even though it could have helped Kamala Harris win the election, because they really did view the DOJ as an independent entity far and away from the White House.
So the president has nothing to do with the DOJ as far as.
Well, that's kind of the view that the Biden-Harris administration upheld. Like they didn't get involved with the DOJ at all, even when the DOJ was prosecuting his own son.
And that's another reason why a lot of Democrats have issues like Mayor Garlick, because he actually slow walked the Trump investigation and took too long and didn't really go after him like a lot of people wish. Most presidents have that separation.
Yeah, like, dude, I wish that there was less separation between the DOJ and the Biden-Harris administration. I think if, they were a little bit more involved with the DOJ, we could have had Trump in jail and the Epstein files released. Like, that's actually a critique that I have of them.
It doesn't make sense that he's not in jail for E. Jean Carroll, and it doesn't make sense that he's not in jail for the felonies.
Right.
And
well, how about this? I'd like to ask you why you support him as president, because it sounds like everything you're saying right now is not indicative of a Trump supporter.
Well, that's where I am more now, but when Harris was with Trump, it just seemed like I just didn't trust the Democrats for that reason.
Okay, so like in retrospect, if you knew everything that you knew now, you wouldn't have voted for Trump.
It's like, who do you trust? It seems like everyone's lying. It seems that.
Okay. Knowing everything you do now, if you were teleported back to November of 2024, would you have voted for Trump?
Well, I mean, I think no now because of Epstein stuff that's coming out, and that's even worse.
We're gonna really quick. Hey, listen. Just to answer your question earlier, you said you don't know why he's not in jail. Super simple. He's a rich white man. Like, literally, the fact that he's a rich white man in America, that gives him the coverage. If he was a rich black man, maybe. If he was a rich white woman, maybe if he was anything else outside of that, then there's a possibility. But he's a rich white man, and so that's why he's able to skate on all those things. But I think that at this point, making a better decision as far as your support, and especially if you wouldn't vote for him now, would be listening from the comments. So thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a good day. Thank you, Dean.
Oh, yeah, of course. We got the next guest, Joe, loading up into the live, guys. Please only join inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Joe, if you hear me, please do accept that invitation to load in. I'd love to talk, Doesn't look like he's there. And by the way, if you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy and you want to support me and you want to support what we do here, you can support me on Venmo or PayPal. And you could actually find both of those two things in the link in the bio on my TikTok account, in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream, or even at the top of the phone screen on the TikTok stream. And you could even attach a message that I'll hopefully be able to read out loud. We're going to move on to the next guest. That's crazy that we have like 15,000 people watching on TikTok, but the chat is going so slow. I guess everyone is just kind of watching.
It gets in
so
that
slow.
mode where, like, if it slows down, but then let one crazy person say something and it explodes.
Yeah. Erica Morgan says she's locked in. Danny says bots. I guess you're about to see all the bots come back to the chat. Amanda says I support you. Olivia says we listening. JJ says the same thing. Dead ass. They're just chilling. You're just chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on? C Dream Heart 19. Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Sorry about that. That's a very German last name of mine.
Do you support Trump?
So essentially, I did want to take a very. I support portions of Trump, but one of them that I wanted to address specifically was actually kind of unique. It was about, for example, the Supreme Court justice appointment.
I just got to clarify real quick. Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November of 2024, who would you vote for?
I'd probably still vote for Trump. I only say that because Kamala Harris was definitely not my choice personally for certain reasons. I feel like the Democrats should have picked a stronger candidate, someone that had a little bit more merit to them. I'm not saying she didn't have merit. I'm saying that there were
because the grifter with 6 bankruptcies, the authoritarian rapist grifter with 6 bankruptcies had so much more merit. So true.
Now, hold on. I'm not necessarily justifying the Trump decision. I'm justifying the Democrats. I feel like had a lot.
You think that Trump has more merit than Kamala Harris?
I guess what I'm saying is that he did have a presidential.
Right. You think that Trump has more merit than Kamala Harris?
When you're talking about a presidency, probably at that time. I'm talking about 2024, not now. Not now.
I said, knowing everything that you do know now, would you still vote for Trump? And you said yes, and this is why. So yes, now.
Oh, now. It's kind of tough. I only say that because a lot of my view, I'm an independent.
Okay, but I need an answer. I need an answer. Knowing the election was held today, knowing everything you know now between Trump and Kamala Harris, who'd you vote for?
I'm serious when I say this. It's tough. I say that because I'm an independent voter. So
okay, but you're in the
seriously,
ballot box. You got to vote for one. Who would it be?
Oh boy,
grilled cheese. Thank you for the answer.
It's very tough. It seriously is.
As far as vote for?
I mean, I guess as far as like the tiebreaker, probably once again, the whole reason why I joined this is because of.
Can you answer the question, please?
Yeah, Trump.
Okay. So
okay,
so you
but
think, okay.
Can you at least let me answer why though?
Yeah.
Okay, it's pretty much my decision. It's 51%. So keep in mind it's a very tight margin, but the reason is because of the Supreme Court justices that we have appointed, and based on it's a constitutional argument, but essentially we've had an issue where the 14th Amendment should be attributed to the 9th Amendment. I'll explain what I mean in a second. I'm a law student. Essentially what's happened is the 14th Amendment has been kind of taken out of proportion there's something called the substantive due process clause. The problem is it doesn't actually exist, right? It doesn't actually exist. It's been interpreted by the justices on the Supreme Court to contain more than it actually should.
Wait, 1 second. Can you please repeat that? Start from the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that. So essentially there is a concept I should say, called substantive due process. And I think we all know about like due process in the Constitution. It essentially means, hey, you get proper process. We can't just take your things from you. We got to give you a court merit. We got to give you an administrative proceeding, something like that, right? They can't just come in and say, hey, you haven't paid your taxes. We're going to take everything you own. They have to give you a proceeding. Everyone knows about that. But what not a lot of people know about is the fact that there's a second part of the 14th Amendment that's been interpreted by the Supreme Court called the substantive due process clause. But it's actually not written in the Constitution. It has been interpreted by Supreme Court justices to exist. The reason why I bring this up is because a lot of conservative justices, if you want to call them that, they want to essentially say, hey, that's not actually a part of the Constitution. That should belong to the 9th Amendment. And for anyone that actually studies the Constitution, it's really weird, but the 9th Amendment is essentially moot. It doesn't even do anything. Like, the 9th Amendment is completely useless in American history right now, just because the Supreme Court justices have interpreted it to be that way. And so therefore, I just think that that's why I lean towards Trump on that point, is because the justices that he's been historically appointing have wanted to change that to make that, if you will, quote unquote, like legally correct. Sorry, I got a little long-winded there, but that's kind of why I pushed to 51%.
So what's the point? What's the outcome of this?
Well, the outcome of it would essentially be a corrective measure to the Constitution without having to do a huge amendment to the Constitution.
What would this change for me? What would this change for Americans? I want to know how this is going to benefit America.
I get it now. It would provide direct rights to Americans instead of interpretive rights. So, for example, if you talk about, I should have backed up, guys. I apologize. Substantive due process is the only reason why gay rights are protected and racial protections are protected.
So gay people lose rights? Yeah, they've been massive for like birthright citizenship, school for schools, interracial marriage rights to counsel, same-sex marriage, voting rights.
Yeah. But
like all of these things.
I just want to clarify.
Yes.
So you're saying that like you want to reinterpret the Constitution so gay people don't have rights?
Yeah,
no,
if,
you have
if
no. You
that
have
happens,
to.
They could overturn all of this, Dean.
No, you're not understanding. My point is, it's really ironic because it actually needs to be eventually under, if you want to call it that, a liberal justice's order. I say that because what's going to happen now.
I'm just confused on why you support Trump. Like I'm still trying to determine why you support Trump. You're saying something about substantive due process and conservative justices.
No. You guys, I don't want to be taken out of proportion here. I'm not saying gay rights need to be taken away. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying right now we are one court decision away.
Put it into one sentence or less. No. Put it into 3 sentences or less. Why are you a Trump supporter?
Because we are one decision away from having all of those rights we just talked about stripped away because they're under the substantive due process clause instead of the 9th Amendment.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm not tracking.
I don't have forever to explain the legal concept of it.
Yeah.
The legal concept is pretty confusing.
You know what I'm going to recommend?
And so I apologize.
You know what I'm going to recommend? Go have this conversation with another law student. Okay?
Wait, hold on, just really quick. So are you trying to say that with if the 14th was the second part was overturned and they wrapped it into the 9th, then the 9th would solidify the rights of any of the actual ones that are written down? Is that what you're trying to say?
That is exactly what I'm trying to say. You nailed it.
Yeah,
because right now,
hold on. There's a literal flaw in your argument. If that were to happen, then all of those rights that we just named that were protected, they would have to be relitigated or enshrined into law. And who's to say that all like voting rights are coming back, like gay marriage is coming back, like all of these actual rights that are enshrined by the 14th Amendment lose all validity and are based on them actually re-implementing under the 9th Amendment. That's fucking crazy. Like that doesn't even make sense.
Wait, no. Actually, if they were moved from the 14th to the 9th, it would directly be in the writing of the 9th Amendment. The 9th Amendment pretty much says whatever rights are, like whatever the rights that are not guaranteed to the government are to the people, right?
It's not a lift and shift, though. They would actually have to actually add them to the Constitution or go through like law, like make them law, or like have court cases to relitigate them. Like it's not just a one for one. Like you're forgetting that connective piece.
I do understand what you're saying, but Justice Thomas and Justice Gorsuch and Justice, I believe, Kavanaugh have been wanting to move it to the 9th Amendment, and that would, even though
you trust them to do it.
Well, even though they're typically conservative justices, they actually have been wanting. They've been writing. If you've read their dissenting opinions, they have forever wanted to move that to secure the rights further. They have said that in their dissenting opinions.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just going to recommend that you go have this conversation with another law student. I'm not qualified to have this conversation with you.
I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
No, you're good. Have a good rest of your day, okay?
You too.
All right, let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're going to go to move on to the next guest.
Yes.
Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course, man.
Okay, how do you?
Hey, Santana, I spoke to you earlier, but you have to have some respect, man, because I was nice to you. All right?
Whatever. Go ahead and talk to Dean. You have fun, Dean.
Who's this guy?
He's an.
No, I shit on this guy. I took a dump on his head on live, and now he's mad. You know,
Sure.
He's sassy.
Go ahead. Have fun, Dean.
Okay. Holy shit. Okay. All right. Well, before we hop into the dialogue, I'm going to take a moment here to thank a couple donors. Y'all already know it. Thank you for the $10 SJ over on PayPal, who says, I meant to tell you this a while back, but thank you so much for low-key putting me onto the Backseat Lovers. My favorite are Snowbank Blues, words I use, and slowing down. Dude, let's go, SJ. Yes. I love the Backseat Lovers. They're literally my favorite. I was actually talking to them earlier today. Great people. Thank you for the $10 SJ. Same thing to Keenan. Thank you so much for the $25 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love, Keenan. Just love to Keenan down below, everybody. Who says you skip me on YouTube? I literally said it's Congress's job to question the president, right? Thank you so much for the $20, Keenan. Let's get 250 Keenan W's. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much, SJ and Keenan. We're all caught up on PayPal. Let's quickly catch up on Venmo. Indigo, thank you so much for the $45 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love, Indigo. I really appreciate you. Let's get 500 Indigo W's. Genuinely, thank you so much for the love. Indigo with the $45 says, time for a palate cleanser for your exhausting guest. Since we've seen you rock a Deftones tee, what would you say your favorite song is from them? Listen, I know that it's like a little bit more cliche because it's the most popular one, but I really like Change. I'll be honest. I really do like Change, or maybe Sex Tape. That's another good one. Thank you so much for the $45. I'd also like to thank Melanie. Thank you so much for the $10, who says, I feel like your words here are of great value, especially because thanks for defending trans people like my little sister. Well, shout out to you and shout out to your little sister, and thank you for the love and support. And then just two more here. Kelly, this was 16 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the $25 donation, who just dropped a little heart emoji. Thank you so much for your support, Kelly. All the love in the world to you. Thank you for supporting what we do here. Show some love to Kelly. And then Fussy, thank you for the $10, who says, also good to see you, brother Dean. Keep up the good debate. Thank you so much, Fussy.
Jesus, how many people you have to thank, man? Holy shit.
He's being kind. Just wait. Also, and thank you for the 25. I'm sorry, 35. And Sonya, thank you for the 25. He's being kind.
Is there like a problem with me thanking people for supporting me?
Oh, this guy was talking about how you're the #1 grifter on TikTok. He said I'm number 7 and you're number 1.
Oh, I'm number 1 grifter. I don't get it. I think it has to be jealousy.
Yeah.
What's a grifter?
Well, I think he's got me mixed up. I didn't call neither of you guys a grifter.
You did earlier. You literally talked about that.
Oh, he's walking about.
Do you think I was number 7? He was number 1.
That's like too specific of information that Santana's sharing for it not to be true. I guess
Well,
I'm asking,
he might have
am I a
got mixed
grifter?
up with a different Trump guy.
Am I a grifter?
Well, Dean, I'll be honest. I don't know you personally, man. I don't know what kind of situation you got going on. I just know you had me waiting a long time while you were thanking your supporters. That's all I have to say
you're
about
fucking
that.
lying. You know me, but you don't know Dean. Stop fucking lying.
I know you because I talked to you earlier, bro. That's all I know.
Logan, thank you so much for the $1 in PayPal. Huge shout out to Logan down below in that comment section. Huge shout out to you. Thank you so much, Logan. Okay. Well, I apologize
But
for
Santana,
making
you kind of accepted being below Dean there, that he outshines you. That's kind of pathetic, man. But listen, you stay in that little box down there,
5
man.
million TikTok followers. Everyone else is below him. Shut up. What? That's not an insult. What are you talking about?
You see him as superior to yourself, man. I would never say that about myself. or someone
One second.
else.
Santana's not saying that I'm superior to him. He's just simply pointing out that it is descriptively true that I have a significantly larger reach than him, and like many other
So
people.
he's saying he's a nobody compared to you. All right, I get it. He's a nobody compared to you.
No, he just literally said it's descriptively true that I have a significantly larger reach than him.
Yeah,
and it is
which
incredibly
means
unlikely
compared to
that if
you, he's
somebody
a
were to
nobody.
engage in debate talk and know Santana, it's like unlikely that they wouldn't know me.
So compared to you, he's a nobody. That's fine.
No, compared to me, has a descriptively lower reach.
Yeah, so he's a nobody compared to you.
I don't think that a descriptively lower reach would be equivalent to a nobody.
Well, listen, if I'm 6'6" and you're 6 foot, I'm way taller than you, and you're short compared to me.
Oh, exactly. If you were 7 foot and I was 6'5", I would be shorter than you. But would I be short?
You'll be comparatively really short compared to me.
Yeah. So Santana is a nobody in the same way that men who are 6'5" are short. Okay. All right. I think we all see where your logic is coming from here. No,
well, Dean,
for sure.
Are you 5'9"?
Actually,
Dean?
I'll happily agree to that. Santana is a nobody in the same way people who are 6'5" are super short. Completely.
Well, Dean, you're 5'9", right?
Yes.
You're 5'9", right?
Yes.
In the Netherlands, or in Holland, you would be short. Right?
If you mean by
short.
What do you mean by short?
You would be considered short in Holland.
Okay, thank you so much for the knowledge.
And because it's relative, right? So Santana relative to you is a fucking nobody, bro. Nobody knows the guy. That's why he's below you.
You said that you knew.
That's why he's in your life. You're not in his.
Yeah, you say that you knew the guy.
Because I talked to him earlier. That's how I know him.
Yeah. So it's not true that nobody knows him. Now, do you want to continue to like sit up here and like whine and complain, or do you want to debate?
Sorry, bro. You just took a while with those thank yous, man.
Yeah, speaking about the thank yous, Cammy, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. He says, grift away, my dude. Cruz, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. He says, man, this guy's just talking in circles. Madison, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. He says, fuck ICE and fuck Trump. So real. I'd also like to thank Connor for the 25 cents and Brad with the $2 for the grift. Thank you so much for the love. And then Nora, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal, who says, bro said he doesn't know you, then said he knew that your exact height is 5'9". Oh, good catch! Oh, you don't know me. How did you know I was exactly 5'9"? Good fucking catch, Nora. If you don't know me, how do you know how tall I am?
How did I know you're 5'9"?
Yeah.
I assumed you, because that's the average height in America. I assumed
No.
you're
You said, so you're 5'9", right, Dean?
Because that's the average height in America, right?
No,
that's the median.
No. You can't assume that people are the average.
Now you can't get anywhere with that. That's the average height in
That's
America.
just simply not how we operate. That's just simply not true. I don't believe you. I think that you're lying.
Well, you can believe whatever you want and interpret what I say whatever you want, but
I would never assume that you are. I would never say I know you're 5'9" because I know the average height of a man in America is 5'9". I never say that. That's just.
I asked for. Well, that's you, buddy. That's you. I'm wasting myself.
No, you didn't ask me. You made the statement. You're 5'9", right, Dean?
I asked you. Are you 5'9", right?
You said you are 5'9", right? As if you knew that I was 5'9". Here, one more person to thank. Tess, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Tess. Let's get 200 Tess W's. Who says, my youngest child participated in a social studies competition today and got second. I like to think it was due to his mom streaming live debate, so thank you to Truth Triplets. Well, shout out to your kids, Tess. That is an awesome achievement. Let's get 200 Tess W's, as well as Aria. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, is that your insecurity showing collar? Got called out and now you have to talk about Santana. No wonder why no one knows you. Also love Deftones and the plot in you. Yeah, thank you so much for the $20, and that was absolutely a projection of his own insecurities. I'd also like to thank Bernard. Thank you so much for the $10 as well. And then T3, thank you for the $10. Shout out to y'all. Take it away.
Dude,
tell us why the hell you support Trump.
You should get a lot of donations for someone who had to live at his grandpa's house, man.
What?
That made no sense.
I'm just saying, bro. Like, you get a lot of donations. How come you were living in your grandpa's house?
Nothing he says is gonna make sense.
Because when I was living in my grandpa's house.
Yeah, I mean, you should have enough money, bro. If you're getting that many donations, you should get enough money to get your own place.
Let me ask you a question. Am I living in my grandma's house anymore?
Well, I don't know. Where do you live?
I live in my own apartment. Also, I thought you didn't know me. So how do you know that exactly 2 years ago I lived in my grandparents' house?
He knows a lot about you.
Yeah,
not knowing you.
How do you know that 2 years ago I was living and streaming out of my grandparents'
so you weren't kicked out.
garage?
So you weren't the kid that got kicked out of his house.
Oh, now you even know more about me, that there was a house I got kicked out of. Wow. So you definitely know who I am.
Sorry?
You definitely know who I am. You know that there was a time where I was streaming out of my grandparents' house. You know that there's a time I was living in my grandparents' house. And you know that there's a time I was kicked out of somebody else's house. You know that I'm 5'9". You know who I am.
Well, I'm finding these things about you now.
Do you know how else I know you know who I am?
The 5'9" thing doesn't count.
No. Can I tell you how else I know? You know who I am?
What
Do
do
you
you
want
mean?
me to tell you?
In what way?
Because you've literally joined my stream before.
Prove it.
Well, I could prove it by telling you the exact conversation that we had. You came up here. Your name is Donald Trump, ex-Homelander, and I told you. I asked you, are you a fan of Homelander? You said yes, and then I went on to say, well, you know, the actor of Homelander, Anthony Starr, hates you, hates Trump. He's a big liberal, and I know that because we're mutuals on Instagram. I literally remember the conversation that I had with you.
I don't remember shit, and I remember that conversation.
Oh, yeah. So, you know how tall I am. You know that there's a point where I was living with my
you guys are
grandparents.
really good
You know
at
that there's a point where I
corroborating a
lived out of a
bullshit story.
house. I remember having a conversation with you. So are you ready just to, you know, concede the bit?
Man, you got one hell of a fantasy, Dean.
No, that's not fantasy. That's just simply descriptively true. I mean, how else would you know that I lived in my grandparents' house and was kicked out of somebody else's house? How else would you know that?
I think I saw like a debate kid get kicked out of his house, but I didn't really look into that much, right?
Oh,
Some
wait,
blonde
you know
kid.
how else I know that you know me? Because I'm in your reposts.
Which one?
Fucking cook.
Listen, man, we're going to set it aside. Just tell us why you support Trump.
Oh.
Well, the thing about Trump, he's done a lot of great things for this country that people are ungrateful for, right? Like, for example, there was a war between two countries. I think you remember it. It didn't last a long while because Trump ended it extremely quickly. He came in, intercepted, and ended that war.
What war?
Right? The war between India and Pakistan, two nuclear countries.
Yeah, how did
he
he end it?
intercepted it. Listen, man, I'm about to tell you, dude.
Okay.
He intercepted it and spoke to both people because our country holds a lot of economic power over both India and Pakistan. And they both agreed to a ceasefire. And so far, they haven't attacked each other since.
Okay. Well, I mean, according to J.D. Vance, weeks before the Indian-Pakistan conflict started, he said that we fundamentally have no involvement in India or Pakistan. And then after the conflict ended, then Donald Trump turned around and he claimed credit.
Well, actually, I think they have a the president of Pakistan himself said that Trump did help stop the war.
Okay, so now you trust what world leaders say?
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's very typical of MAGA to say, I don't trust people in positions of power. The same way you didn't trust the 23 Nobel laureates that said Donald Trump would be destructive for the economy. You didn't trust Dr. Fauci as it would relate to the vaccine or masks. You didn't trust Biden as it would relate to the outcome of the 2020 election. You didn't trust Kamala Harris as it would relate to telling us all exactly what Trump would do if he became president for a second time, with everything she said coming true. And you don't trust the leaders of all other European countries and NATO and our transatlantic partnerships, talking about the authoritarianist, dictator-esque leadership style of Donald Trump. So, I mean, it seems like you just kind of take people for their word when it's convenient for you, because you definitely didn't take E. Jean Carroll for her word. You definitely don't take the 8 credible accusations in the Epstein files against Trump for their word. And you don't take Jeffrey Epstein for his word when he told Larry Nassar that Donald Trump shares their same affiliation for young sexually attractive girls.
Listen here, sugar tits. You got to stop generalizing me against old MAGA, man. I'm my own person. I have my own beliefs. You're not cooking shit up. You're just generalizing, man.
Okay, so okay, that'll stop the generalization. So if you take me for the word, you definitely do trust E. Jean Carroll, right?
E. Jean Carroll?
Yeah.
The woman who took like 20 years to come and go to court about that kind of stuff? No, man.
No, why not?
She's a demented, conniving old witch, and she has no idea what she's talking about.
She's a demented old witch. So why do you think she's a demented old witch?
Because she took 20 fucking years, man. 20 years. If I'm getting robbed, I'm going straight to the police, or I'm
So
going
can you tell me why victims of SA
hands.
who never speak out or will wait a long time before speaking out are demented witches?
Sorry? Why people who take...
Yeah, tell me why victims of SA who never speak out or take a long time to speak out are all demented witches.
I mean, clearly, if they take that long, they have some kind of ulterior motives.
What's the argument
for example, I'll tell you this. For example,
Wait, I just
the
want to know
whole.
the argument for that, because I mean, if you
I'm
like,
giving you one, buddy. I'm
literally,
giving you
if
one.
you knew
If you
if you knew
listen.
like your right hand from your left hand and just had very like basic information of rape culture, then you'd understand that there are negative consequences that victims of SA experience when they go public about that SA. Not only do we have a culture in which blames the victims, as you are doing right now, not only do we have a culture that doesn't believe victims, as you are doing right now, not only do we have a culture that shames victims, as you are doing right now, meaning that they have to undergo embarrassment when they go public about these things, but they also have to relive the experience, regardless if that's litigating it inside of the courtroom, repeating what happened to them every single day for a handful of years, or having this conversation, which was very private and personal to them, now popping up every single time a friend or family member sees them and their story on the TV, and it becomes a symbol of them and their life when introduced to any public engagement whatsoever. So, I mean, it's very common for victims of SA to not speak out against these things because of rape culture with all the facets I just described. In fact, we have a study that indicates that 62% of women who are raped never speaks out against it and tells the authorities in their lifetimes. And I mean, you should really understand this just by reading the Epstein files. I mean, if you go to the Epstein library right now, you could read hundreds of stories of women and girls being hurt, abused, so on and so forth. You know, yet we only know the identity of a handful of them, right?
Yeah,
the
I
other
get it,
ones
bro.
are
I
still private and have not publicly spoken out about what happened to them.
Sure, man. You don't like locker room talk, whatever, man. Listen, it's really hypocritical
What?
coming from
Locker
you.
room talk? Did you just
Hold
call
up.
what Epstein did eating babies is locker
Not
room
that
talk?
one, not that part.
What's
No,
locker room
you're
talk
talking about
here?
the culture thing, man. You're talking about the culture thing. Listen,
Wait, the what
locker
thing?
room talk.
What
You
culture
said
thing?
that people don't want to come out because of the culture thing. People will be looked down upon.
Yes.
Listen, this is all very trivial bullshit, right? I'll tell you one thing, right? And
What's
this,
trivial? What's trivial about the perpetuation of rape?
shut the fuck up, man. You're just using
Answer
bullshit
my
terms.
question. Just because you don't know what the word perpetuation means doesn't know
Yeah,
it's
you
bullshit.
can't use big words, Dean. He gets
Okay.
frustrated when you do that.
Okay, so let me
It's
use
not
easier
even
words.
about that,
So
dude.
what is trivial about condemning a system in which causes more people to get raped?
Because you're making a big deal out of nothing.
Okay, so
Essentially.
you think a system that causes more people to get raped is nothing?
I think you're making up problems in your own life to seem like a victim.
So
And
you're
that's the
saying,
whole, I'll tell
wait,
you
making
asked
up
me a
problems
question.
in
You
your
want
life
to
to seem
finish?
like a victim.
Do
I'm
you-
sorry, but this
do you
isn't an
want-
answer to my
hold on,
question.
do you want me to answer
Wait,
your question?
I'm so
'Cause you
sorry.
asked- you asked
This
me a
isn't
question.
an answer to my question. I will ask the question again. Let's see if we could get a direct response. Are you saying that systems that cause more people to get raped don't matter?
I'm saying there's no system that causes people to get more rape, and that
Okay.
you are
I
fantasizing this
could
in your
prove
own
to
head.
you that
I'm
this
not finished
system
answering
exists.
this question, dude. I'm not finished, bro. So listen, I
Oh wait,
think
you don't care about consent, so I don't care about your consent. I'm just going to go to mute and start speaking. I could prove to you that this system exists. Okay, it's very simple. First and foremost, we have to understand what incentive structures are. When a group of people are more incentivized to do something because of no negative consequences for doing it or positive outcomes for doing it, they will do it more. When a group of people are less incentivized for doing something because of a lack of positive consequences of doing it and the abundance of negative consequences for doing it, they will do it less. This thesis is why we have a criminal justice system, to disincentivize people from breaking the law and hurting others because of the negative consequences that you'll receive if you do it. This is also why we put children in timeout and send them to the principal's office in school when they bully another child or say a cuss word in class. And
So according
this
to
this
you-
incentive structure is reflected through rape culture. All right? When we have these social pressures in which reduce the likelihood of people caring when a victim of rape speaks out, or people believing victims of rape when they speak out, even when they have undeniable evidence, and the system also creates a second order negative consequence of reducing the likelihood of victims of rape speaking out, okay, we are negating negative consequences for men who rape women. Therefore, we are removing the disincentivization structure that will prevent more men from raping more women. If we were to come down hard and firm on perpetuators of violent sexual abuse, if we were to create a society in which incentivize victims to speak out without having their lives ruined, if we were to create a society in which believe victims and credible accusations, if we were to create a society in which gave just punishment to the perpetuators of sexual violence, then we would just simply see less people getting raped. We'd see less people getting abused. We'd see less people getting exploited. And that's a fact. So you said this system doesn't exist. I just proved that it exists.
Yeah, nice grandstand, man. So according to you, you think people who are essayed or sexually harassed are incentivized to speak out. All right?
Okay. Well, first and foremost, you can't just label
I
my
asked you a
argument as a
question.
moral grandstand in an attempt to
I don't care. I
circumvent
asked you a question, bud. I asked you a question.
So you don't care about the statement that you made being proven false?
Well, I asked you a question. I care about the answer to my question, not
I'm
what
not
I
even
said
sure on
before
what your
that.
question was.
I asked you, so according to you, people who are sexually harassed are incentivized to speak out.
Yeah, many
right?
scenarios are actually disincentivized to speak out.
So they're disincentivized. So how come as soon as you get sexually harassed by Tashika, you cry about it online like a bitch?
I didn't.
You did, man.
No, actually, this is a really good example.
As soon as
of
it
the
happened, bro.
perpetuation.
As soon as it happened, I heard
This
you
is
crying
actually a
online.
really good example of the perpetuation of rape culture. It actually is. This
Oh,
isn't,
it is?
This
It
isn't
is?
something that I really talked about for a very long time. I mean,
Well, now you get the chance to, man, and you can have people
99.9% of my
sympathize.
viewers didn't even know that this is something that happened to me. And that's actually an example. Because, you know, the negative consequences that, you know, I faced and other people who Tashika took advantage of faced after she took advantage of them. You know, like, think about what we spoke about on live to do with AG. Tashika unconsensually touched herself on a FaceTime call to AG. And then as soon as AG started speaking out about it and proving it, then Tashika turned around and started telling her to self-unalive, started telling her to starve when she was 86 pounds with a surgically implanted feeding tube, telling her to die, like saying that, you know, it really helps she dies, telling her personally to self-unalive and about a billion other things, harassing her, threatening her with case. Like, that is actually an example of rape culture. Now, I know that you're expecting to, like, get me, like, hot and heavy and, like, really upset because you're attempting to delegitimize, like, an experience of sexual harassment that I experienced. But I don't know how else to put this. You're like a vermin to me, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't really care what you have to say. It doesn't really emotionally impact me. But I will still continue to try to change your mind. Just know that that is a reflection of your own mental states and how you are an agent of rape culture and you are working to uphold those systems. Good.
That's nice, man.
Also, one quick thing.
Sure, bro.
Like, that's fucked up, Don. Like, even if you don't like someone, trying to re-victimize someone in real time and triggering other people who have dealt with certain, you know, sexual assault, rape, things like that, by making those type of statements, like, that's really fucked up. Even if you don't like someone, that was low. So maybe don't do that.
Oh, that's slow, all right? So, thing is, man, you guys are so feminized, and I don't even blame you, dude. It's in your culture. But listen, I'll say this. You say that because I said that, it's a reflection of myself, right? Like, I'm a vermin to you. I think your friends are a reflection of you, man. You really suck at picking. Harry,
Okay,
Sisson,
so I
Tashika.
actually want you to go ahead and respond to what I said. Because what it sounds like is you're upset that I've been able to effectively prove you wrong, that now you're saying I've been feminized. If the antithesis to emotional thinking is femininity, if the antithesis to abrasive, harsh rudeness is femininity, if the antithesis to intellectualism and critical thought is femininity, then I guess I have been feminized. And I guess that's what you think femininity is, because that is the only grounds that you have to work off of in making that statement. Like, this whole time I've been sitting here, cool, calm, and collected, having a conversation with you about why every single thing you've said is wrong. We started with Trump, you make a point. I prove it wrong, you pivot. You move to Eugene Carroll, you make a point. I prove it wrong, you pivot. Limited time, I've proven you wrong on the 2 points you've made, you start getting upset. So then you say, I cry like a bitch talking about sexual harassment. Simply respond, very little emotion, prove you wrong, and then you go into saying that I've been feminized. Do not promote this false vision or depiction of masculinity. That masculinity is inherently abrasive, that masculinity is inherently insulting, that a masculinity is inherently low IQ, egotistical, and assholish, because it's not true. The reason why you were trying to depict this notion of masculinity is because you cannot take personal responsibility for your own faults.
Okay, what about
you are guilty of being abrasive. You are guilty of being egotistical. You are guilty of being a dumbass. You are guilty of being an asshole. You are guilty of projection. And you chop all of those very negative character attributes to your masculinity. So then you say anybody who's not abrasive, anybody who's not egotistical, anybody who's not a dumbass, anybody who is an intellectual, anybody who does critically think must be feminine.
Okay, Dean, I get it. I'm sorry, but listen.
Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, Aria. Thank you so much for that love. Show some love to Aria down below in that comment section for the $10. Same thing to you, Feisty Bot. Thank you so much for the $10. Who says he is disgusting. Could not agree more. Thank you so much for that love, Feisty Bot. Show some love to Feisty Bot down below in that comment section. Thank you. There's a couple other people that I do want to thank here over on PayPal and Venmo, so just do give me one moment. Here. Thank you so much for the $10, Brooklyn. Thank you so much for the $10. And I just read that the first thing that you said was anonymous, please. So I'm not going to read your message because I accidentally said your name, but do thank you for the $10. Same thing to you, Juliet. Thank you for the $5. Juliana, thank you so much for the $10. She says, I'm so sorry that people feel like they could bring up the Toshiga situation. It can't be easy to go over that again and again and again. I feel like you're able to feel safe and secure online. Well, I don't know. I don't know why they bring it up. It just makes it, worse and worse, but not for me. Thank you for the $10.
Yeah.
Larissa and then Stephanie, thank you both for the $5. And Phoebe, thank you for the $10. She says, is this guy capable of making an actual argument? He's just embarrassing himself with mental nonsense? No, of course, he's not capable. Brianna, thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to Brianna down below. Then Anna Sophia, thank you so much for the $15. She says, this guy is seriously giving me the ick. Seriously, I feel physically sick listening to his jealousy. And that was 20 minutes ago. It's only gotten worse. Thank you for the $15. And then Ashley, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Over on PayPal, Kyria, thank you for the $10. Who says, this guy's exactly why I never came out when my ex raped me. Rape culture makes victims like me too embarrassed and ashamed. Yeah, fuck this guy. Thank you so much for the $10. And Kyria, I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. Kimberly, Timberly, thank you so much for the $20 as well over on PayPal. Sorry. Who says, I was abused by an older man about 30 years ago. I still can't leave the house without fear. This guy sounds like an inhumane being. I think he's inhumane, unintelligent, and just regressive for society. I'm sorry that happened to you, and thank you for the $20. Tiffany, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Wendy, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. And then Travis, thank you for the $15. Who says, love what you do. Me and my fiance watch all the time. Keep up the good work, brother. Thank you so much for that support, Travis. I really appreciate you guys so much for your support and love. And we got a big one here. Oh my God, Tina, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Tina. I want to see 500 Tina W's down below in that chat, please, and thank you. Tina with her 50 says, thank you, Dean. This guest is offensive to all survivors of SA. Keep up the good work, and thank you. I know, I feel like maybe like some of this is just like contrarian rage bait, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't know if he actually believes in what he's saying, but knowing the type of person who joins this live, he probably does believe in what he's saying. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $15, Tina. Let's get 500 Tina W's down below in that comment section. Legitimately. Thank you so much. Okay, so Mr. Contrarian Rage Baity Asshole, do you have any more intellectual statements to add on here?
Yeah, that's great, Dean. Listen, and I hope you don't mute me.
I guess now that you say it out loud, it sounds kind of fun. I will mute you to thank one more person because this donation literally just came through. I'm looking at the notification for it on my phone. Daniel, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on PayPal. Thank you, Daniel. Daniel with the $25 says, as a man, this guy is the farthest thing from a man simply because he supports a rapist. A real man supports all people and doesn't support filth of the world. Dead ass, Daniel. He is not a real man in the slightest. Thank you for the $25 and the absolute truth nuke. Holy fuck. Same thing to you, L. Thank you so much for the $50 as well over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, L. Let's get 500 LWs. That is crazy. Thank you for the love. That is insane. $50 is so much money. L says, please don't read my name. I just wanted to thank you for so eloquently speaking up for victims of sexual assault / harassment. This guy sucks. From a very worried for Americans Australian. Well, thank you so much for the $50, L. I appreciate you for your kindness. And then same thing to you, Linda. Thank you so much for the $50 as well over on YouTube Super Chat. Y'all are going crazy today. Thank y'all for the kindness. Linda with the 50 on Super Chat says, I think it's a really effective abortion argument to cite the names of the almost 50 women who died of sepsis since Roe was overturned, or their doctors who refused them life-saving abortion care because they feared being in prison. Abortion is healthcare. No, I agree. That fact alone is literally what changed my mind on the legality of abortion after 20 weeks. It is so effective, it changed my mind. I'd also like to thank Joseph for the $10 on Venmo. Says, thank you for shutting this asshole down. We support you. Thank you for the $10, Joseph. And then Roxanne, thank you so much for the $7. Who says, thank you from the bottom of my heart for standing up for people who've been assayed. Thank you for the love, Roxanne. I mean, I think it's we have to stand very firmly against people like this guy. Thank you so much for the $7.
Tana, why is your fucking hand up?
It's because I have decorum and respect, and I know impulse control. Maybe you should try it. Impulse control is pretty cool.
All right, I'm sorry. All right, Dean, I'm sorry too, man. Listen, even
Santana's gonna speak now.
Okay, go ahead, Santana. I love you, man.
Thank you to all the donors. I'm not going to read all of them out. I'm trying to send everyone thank you messages, but I did just want to read this one. Angie, thank you for the one. It said, it took me 17 years to tell because of people like this guest. I just took my bar so I can prosecute rapists. W's in the chat for Angie. Good job for you. I hope that you pass. You're fucking awesome. But literally, people like you is the reason why women don't come out, or people who are abused, period, because it's not just women, but they don't tell about the situations because people like you victimize them again, which is fucking crazy.
Yeah. Right. Wish you the best, Angie. Wish you the best, Angie.
And then just add on to that, it's like when you deny that Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, your starting point isn't to dispute the evidence inside of the case that proved he raped her. It's just to call her crazy. I feel like we've been seeing men do this for centuries. This is older than recorded history, where when a man doesn't like what a woman has to say, regardless if it's true or false, he labels that woman as crazy. And that is exactly what you're doing right now. I could sit here and describe, the fact that she was able to provide therapist notes from the 90s that indicated she was raped by Trump, how that aligned with her testimony and the testimony of 7 others, or the dress that she submitted to the court with male DNA on it that Trump refused to prove wasn't his, to Donald Trump's inconsistencies, contradictions, and lies within his testimony, to his character priors that prove he did it as well, saying that that's something that he likes to do in the Access Hollywood tapes when he said he could just grab women by the vagina without asking first, and that's what the jury proved he did to E. Jean Carroll, or the other character priors that are in alignment with what a rapist would do, such as when he boasted about the sexual exploitation of the women and girls at Miss Teen USA or Miss USA, to his connections with Epstein and the credible accusations within the Epstein files, to his current day cover-up of the Epstein files. But no, you don't care about the evidence, okay? You don't care about the reason. You just will respond by saying, well, I don't really care about any of that because, well, she's crazy. It's just weak. It's honestly pathetic.
That's really great, Dean. And I feel for you. If you want to move on from this, that's fine, right? Just say whenever.
Actually, no, I don't want to move on. I want you to respond to the last thing I said, please, and thank you.
Sure. But for example, when you say I'm not bothered, right, and you try to have this stoic demeanor and behavior and attitude towards what I said, I still can feel that you, for example, mute me out of spite, and you still somewhat hurt by what I said. One thing is teasing and hazing, and I thought you could take it, and if it really hurt you on a personal level, I apologize for that. It wasn't meant to come across that way.
Oh, are you confusing me muting you for the love of the game as being impacted by a word that's come out of your mouth?
No, I can tell. I know you try to stay stoic, but I can tell you were somewhat hurt by what I said. And
okay.
you debate a lot, so I thought you could take it. I didn't mean for it to come across that way. If it hit on a personal note, maybe the wound is still too fresh. Maybe it's too soon.
Yeah.
But
can you say I'm sorry, Dean?
I've said that 15 times,
okay,
man.
Could you just? Well, I'm really hurt.
But I know your
so
shtick. When I say this now, you're gonna say you're a good boy. I know you, Dean.
Well,
I know
so
you.
Are you gonna apologize or not?
I've already apologized.
Oh, I don't think
And
I think my headset
you know,
wasn't
I
plugged.
wish
my,
you
my
the
headset.
best, man.
Listen, my headset's been acting up. I didn't hear it.
Well, you're gonna call me a good boy, man. So I'm a
So
little
you're
too
wait.
clever to say it
So you
now.
acknowledge that you hurt me, and I'm over here really, really sad, and you're not gonna apologize?
Well, I think I already did, man.
Well, I just
but-
told you that I didn't hear it because my headset's been acting up.
Sorry,
Say sorry.
dude. You speak with such a high pitched voice, man. Holy shit.
I said
Take
say
it down a
sorry.
notch. Say sorry.
Yeah, say it. Say sorry.
Well, listen.
Do
When
I
it
gotta
comes
talk like
to-
this? Baby, lock them doors and turn them lights down low. Say sorry.
Well,
Say
sometimes you gotta,
sorry
have, you gotta have a
immediately.
little bass in your voice. Steve.
Say
Sometimes you just-
sorry. Say sorry.
You know, you're all right, man.
No, I want you to say, oh, I'm not alright. I'm very hurt, obviously. Can you apologize for hurting me?
Well, listen, you gotta watch out sometimes, man, because you've picked some really bad friends, and you seem to lose them a
you're not
lot.
gonna, wait. So you're not
Harry
going to apologize to me?
System.
Okay, can you
Harry
please respond to the argument I
System.
gave you insofar as why you were wrong?
Well, what's
and
your argument, bro?
insane
You want
when
to talk about? What's your argument, dude?
Okay, well, obviously you weren't listening. So listen, I know that you're like a pretty like dumb guy, right? Like, of course, it makes sense. And I also
See, now
understand
you're
that because
talking out
you're
of spite, man. You get talking out of spite. I can tell.
Oh,
you gotta.
oh
grow
no,
up
my
a little
friend.
bit.
So that is just a simple like accurate description of reality. I understand how
I'm
it's
sure
easy
it
to
is,
confuse
man.
people like making an insult out of spite and just accurately describing reality. However, like this is one of those cases where I happen to be accurately describing reality. But anyways, I'd appreciate if you want to interrupt me. Obviously, I think that you're interrupting me because you're getting quite emotional because I'm calling you out for your bullshit, which is also very typical, I guess. I just think it's time for you to calm down. If you have melatonin, maybe take 3. But anyways, what I was going to say is I think that you're like very clearly a dumb guy. And for that reason, I may have to repeat myself because I'm not necessarily doing crown on paper here, but it is what it is. I'll do my best. The argument that I want you to respond to is very simple. Earlier, you disputed that E. Jean Carroll was raped by Donald Trump by merely saying that she's crazy. I then gave you a cogent and cohesive argument to dispute that view by pointing out that you didn't dispute any of the evidence in which proved she was raped by Donald Trump. How rather you just
I
labeled her as
disputed
crazy.
it because you went and started talking about it on live immediately, right? I don't want to say I'm using euphemism here, but you essentially kind of cried on live as soon as it happened. So, like, you say a lot of things. Like, it's easier said than done for you sometimes.
Well,
Right?
honestly, I wasn't even tracking the sentence. Are you going to respond to the argument or not, my friend? Because what it seems like right now
I did,
is...
and you just didn't like it, so you just
No, you actually didn't respond.
take-
I could actually recap how this went. So I gave you the reduction to like prove that you know, that your argument insofar as why you don't believe E. Jean Carroll was like incorrect. And then the first thing that you said in response didn't have anything to do with E. Jean Carroll, Trump, or Babe. And then you just spent like 10 minutes going on this diatribe about how hurt I was when you were like, I don't know, like saying mean things earlier. So once again, you have not responded to it whatsoever. I'd be happy to bet you more than $10,000 to replay the VOD. I mean, you'd owe me a lot of money, so you probably shouldn't do that I'm right, and you didn't respond to it. But I obviously think the most productive way to go forward would be for you to respond to it again if you're telling the truth, because obviously I didn't catch it. So take your time, please respond. The argument that you gave insofar as attempting to describe that E. Jean Carroll is not raped by Trump by merely calling her crazy instead of disputing the loads of evidence in which proved beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that it occurred was very weak and very misogynistic. Please address the position.
Yeah, I'll tell you, and this is something you learn in life, man. Because, like, I know when you're young, like, it's hard to know everything.
Wait, how old are you?
But I'm not talking to you, Santana, man.
He's like
I wasn't
14.
talking to
He's like 14.
He's like close.
No, I'm giving you advice. This is something you'll learn later on in life, right?
Okay, well, thank you for the advice. Now, please respond to the argument.
I'm doing it by giving this advice.
Good boy.
So, yeah, and I see you doing it out of spite. That's fine, man. It's fine. We still love you. Still wish you the best. So
boy.
what you'll learn is that people will try to take advantage of any kind of opportunity they can because money is so lucrative and so important in this world. E. Jean Carroll, she's just another one of those people. Another one of those D-girls that are trying to make it out in life. You know when you see some chick move to Cali, try to make
Calling them chicks. I've already told you that one time before. That's fucking gross.
Santana, dude, there's a reason you're below me, man, and you're not on top of here. I'm not in your life now, dude. Remember, I'm not in your
clip
life.
of Pete Hegseth not benching 315 pounds started to play. All right, once again, more problems with this argument too. So once again, you are not addressing the evidence submitted into the case that proved Donald Trump raped her. You're just repeating another claim to dispute the fact that she was raped on the basis of a character. The first time you did this, you called her crazy. And now the second time you're doing this, you're just saying that she took advantage of Trump's money. Okay, well, that notion that she took advantage of Donald Trump's money would hinge on the pre-assumption that Donald Trump did not rape her. However, I've disputed and refuted that pre-assumption that Donald Trump did not rape her by providing the insurmountable amount of evidence to justify that he did. So in summation, this argument is null and void because it hinges on a pre-assumption that I've already refuted and proven to not be the case.
Let me ask you, have you spoken to Eugenia Carroll before? Have you talked to her? Have you met her before?
Yeah, I've spoken to her niece.
You've spoken to her niece, but you haven't spoken to her herself.
Not to her personally, just her family.
So you don't know this woman's personality. You don't know how she's like, her life, her stories.
Once again, you're like trying to claim that for like, I don't know, another weak argument. That because I don't know too much about her personality, that therefore the evidence that proved that Donald Trump raped her is null and void. That doesn't follow.
Sure, one thing you learn in life when you're a little older is that most people aren't inherently good.
Okay, it's not one moment. It's not Eugene Carroll's inherent goodness or lack thereof that proves that Donald Trump raped her. It's the evidence that we already went over. So please.
But you don't know her personally, and neither do I.
Once again, so knowing her personally or not knowing her personally does not negate the fact that the evidence I provided to you proves that Donald Trump raped her.
It doesn't negate that in your head, because that's what you want to believe, Dean.
Well, no, it's just simply like logic. I'll describe this. Because when we're like looking at the evidence that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll, we're going to attempt to identify some truth value to the proposition that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. And at no point in that equation of attempting to identify the truth value of that proposition that he raped her are we pleading to her personality. In fact, we're rather just pleading to the evidence that it occurred, and which is insurmountable and overwhelming. So her personality or her inherent goodness or lack thereof is just simply irrelevant to the equation in which I've set forth to prove that Donald Trump raped her.
Listen, Sugar, you're really cute, man. You're like Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory, dude. I get what you're saying, man, and you try to make it sound smart.
I would definitely not recommend insulting people by calling them intelligent.
That's not an insult. It's actually a nice thing, man.
Okay, then please respond to the equation that I gave you. The
equation.
The mountain of evidence that I gave you to demonstrate
it's not a math problem,
that Donald Trump raped Eugene.
Did you just call it an equation?
Yeah, it was an equation of evidence. Please respond to it.
Makes you seem very smart, man. I have responded. Listen, you don't like the answers, and that's not my problem. That's yours.
It's not merely that I haven't liked your answers. I've just simply demonstrated to you how the answers in which you've provided are irrelevant to the fact that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. I've repeated this a handful of times. I don't mind repeating it again. But her personality, her inherent goodness or lack thereof, her craziness or lack thereof is irrespective and irrelevant to the evidence that I gave you to prove that Donald Trump raped her. So now please give me a response that is relevant to the evidence that proves Donald Trump raped her.
Okay, let's just say, because it's exactly what you want. You want this to be the case. Let's say you did rape her. Let's say that is the case, right?
So
that
you're
seems
conceding?
to be the thing you want. No, because we're not getting anywhere with this. Like, I say something, you're like, oh, no, I don't like it. So let's say
I want you to respond to this.
What's up, man?
The reason why Eugene Carroll's personality is relevant to the claim that Trump raped her is because the evidence that proves Donald Trump raped her has nothing to do with her personality in summation.
Whatever you say, Dean, you decide, man.
Wait, do you accept that premise or do you reject that premise?
I accept whatever you want me to accept, because when I say something, you don't.
Okay, so now that you've accepted, okay, that the claim Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll has nothing to do with Eugene Carroll's personality, okay, please refute the evidence that I gave you. The mic and the floor are yours. Why does he think that being like a condescending asshole is like win a debate? Like, I don't know. I think that maybe he's like a little bit stun locked. Like that's just like his version of a crash out. like bro.
He literally has nothing, and like he
Oh, he
ran.
left. Yeah, he left.
ran.
Dude, I'm really happy that I happened to be hitting the anxiety pin in that moment, so not a single soul, including himself, can say I kicked him. He fucking ran. Oh, man. Dude, like, literally his debate strategy was to be a condescending asshole. That was, like, actually, like, unironically, his debate strategy. I think what he needs to remember, and honestly, maybe what a lot of other people watching the stream could, do good knowing, is that condescending assholes don't faze me. I mean, just look at the people that I talk to, man. Like a condescending asshole is like the least of my concerns here. Like, truly. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I got the $1 trillion. I got I got the creator's answer for you. Do you want to know what the creator has to say about all this? The creator of everything. You want to know everything.
I'm very skeptical of you.
Y'all have fucked up so much. Y'all have made up so many lies. You keep on doing what you're doing, Dean. You keep on doing, but we know a lot.
Wait, what happens if I keep on doing this?
No, I agree. You change people's mind. Do not let Trump rape anyone. Rape is bad. Rape is awful.
But you said that I've fucked up a lot, and you said that you know a lot.
No, but a lot of people know a lot of stuff.
What does that
I'm just
mean?
saying rape is bad. But at the same time, you're not gonna. Y'all are both red and blue, red, blue, white, independent, any race, any of y'all are ruining. Y'all kill little kids for fun of it, based on what y'all support and push.
I don't kill little kids for the fun of it.
Exactly.
I don't do that. Whoa. Hey, man. I don't do that. No. No. Welcome in, Ryan. Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
How old are you?
23.
Okay, you were in that chat saying that last guy, the egotistical dude, really cooked me.
Mm-hmm.
How so?
He cooked you because shit. All right, I'm just joking.
Guess you felt a little rage baity today. Let's go to move on to the next guest. By the way, if you're watching and you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio everywhere, including the link in my bio on TikTok, my message on YouTube, and the handle's also right there at the top of the phone. A couple of people to thank here real quick, but before we do that, I want to ask Phoebe here if she's MAGA. Phoebe, do you support Trump?
Trump is horrible and he eats children.
All right, guys, we're just looking for Trump supporters to talk to. Please do follow the rules. Thank you. We got JLP loading up in. Over on Super, thank you for the $10. Living Dead with the $10 says, I'm disgusted by this guy. I hope that he educates himself, and I'm not sure why he's, I'm sure that's why he's never been with a woman. I'm going to keep that last sentence to myself. Thank you for the $10, Living Dead, and I'm so sorry that you had experienced that. Same thing to T. Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Let's get 200 TWs. I appreciate you for your support. T with the 20 says that color was a great culture perpetuator. Also enjoy this $20 contribution towards the Cran Fund to aid in the education of these people. Thank you for the $20, T. I know, I should really start putting it all down on crayon and paper. I just feel like it'd be so much more successful here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? You kind of sound like a small chihuahua. How do we know that was not a dog barking? Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. Over on Venmo, Melissa, thank you for the $5. And Mary, thank you for the $5. And oh my goodness, Joe, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Oh my God, Joe. Thank you, man. That is insane. I do not deserve that, man. That is way too much love, my dude. Holy fuck, man. It's crazy. Show some love to Joe. Joe the 100 says, I'm a disabled Navy war veteran. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your service, Joe. Keep schooling these MAGA chumps, no kings. Dude, you are my favorite kind of patriot. You live and would die, okay, to defend the integrity of the separation of the branches of our government, checks and balances, and the betterment of the American people. I have so much respect for you, man. You shouldn't be the one sending me $100. I should be the one sending you $100. Thank you so much for the love, dude. Seriously. Emily, thank you for the $15. Who says people like this discussing excuse for man who believe in objectifying women is exactly why women have had to fight so hard. Yep. Karen, thank you for the $10. Who says, how about an apology for all the people in the chat that he insulted, triggered, and made to feel diminished by his great apology? Yeah, you're never going to get that because he left. He ran away. Michelle, thank you for the $10. Who says, me and my daughter love watching your debates and love watching people get called out. Keep it up. From Michelle and Abby. Well, shout out to Michelle and Abby. Thank you for the $10. And then Jamie, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, this guest needs a wake-up call. As a victim myself, I pray I never cross paths with him for his sake. I like that energy. Fucking Queen Jamie down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Jamie. And then Joseph, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, saying thank you for shutting that asshole down. Well, thank you for the support. Same thing to you over on PayPal, Cynthia. Sorry, not Cynthia. Lean, Leann. Leanne, sorry. Leanne, Lean, that's crazy. Leanne, thank you for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, Leanne here. Survivor of SA turned therapist. The guest speaking about rape needs immediate psychiatric attention, and he is absolutely perpetuating rape culture. I'm so sorry that you had such an experience. I'm so grateful for all that you stand for. Well, thank you. Well, thank you so much, Leanne, for the $20. I'm sorry that happened for you, and I appreciate you so much for the work that you do as a therapist. Therapy is so needed for so many people. Same thing to you, Dream. Thank you so much for the $15. He says, thank you for what you do. This guy sounds like he's just rambling to hear himself talk because he makes no sense. Classic Trumpy. That's kind of the vibe I was getting too. And then Caroline and Karen. Guys, thank you so much, Caroline and Kevin, for the $20 from each of y'all over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Caroline and Kevin. Karen. Caroline says, please keep educating them. You know I'll never stop. Thank you so much for the love, Caroline. And then Karen says, this little shit talking about rape essay has no clue what people like us have gone through as children. Yeah, no fucking clue. Exactly. What a pompous asshole, man. Thank you so much for the $20, Karen. Thank you for the $20, Caroline. And then we just have one more here. M, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. That is so much money, M. Thank you so much for the kindness, for the love, and for the generosity. Please show some love to M down below. M says, just call me M. My daughter is a product of grape, and it took me 3 years to tell my parents only because I'm in court with the father. Otherwise, I would have taken it to my grave. I love my daughter more than everything. M, I'm really sorry to hear that. And that is a story that so many people have. And it is despicable that happens. And I hope that, you know, the adjudication in court goes all right and rules in your favor. And that man, that very terrible man, quote unquote, is held accountable. Santana, you got your hand up.
Just really quick, Jonathan, thank you so much for the 5. Nessa, thank you so much for the 30 and the love and support. Chris, holy shit, thank you for the 80. You're fucking amazing. And Anthony, thank you so much for the fucking massive donation. I permabanned him already, so I got him before he left. We ended up kicking him earlier, and Anthony sent a crazy donation saying, can I permaban him from my account? Already did. Thank you all.
Welcome in, Daisy. Do you support Trump?
No.
What's that?
Oh my god. This is my first time ever doing this, so hi. I do not support it.
Oh, no worries. Hey, Daisy, I think that's awesome that you don't support Trump. On today's live stream, we are just looking for some Trump supporters to talk to. So we're going to go ahead and move on, but I hope that you have a good rest of your day. All right, Daisy?
Thank you as well.
Take care, Daisy. Take care. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please do follow the rules of the live. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello, yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
January 1st, New Year's Day.
Ooh, January. What time is it?
It is 48 past 6 in Nashville.
Really? What state is Nashville in?
Tennessee.
And what's
how many time zones are there in Nashville? I mean, in Tennessee.
Ooh, I know the answer to that question.
Exactly.
I want to say that rules some out as not being from Tennessee, but like, I will say it that like most people from Tennessee know the answer to that question.
Yep.
Okay, name 2 states that border Tennessee.
Well, above us, you've got Kentucky. And to the left, you've got
South Carolina.
No.
Take care. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult at sports. Donald J. Trump is president. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue right now, folks. By the way, once we're able to get that next guest loaded up in, have I been to Nashville? As a child, yeah.
You got to go back, Dean.
Some of my family's from, from Tennessee in that area.
Mhm.
So they used to have a house out there, and we go out there a bit. It's beautiful in Tennessee. It's beautiful in Georgia. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
I just wish they had better
they
politics,
call-
man.
They call Nashville Nash Vegas. It's fucking awesome. You would love it. Like, it is awesome.
Yeah, I just wish they really had better politics down there. If they had better politics in Tennessee, if they had better politics, in the American South, it'd just be like such like a great place to live. Truly, it would be, because like the South is, in my mind, one of the most beautiful parts of the country.
Yeah.
We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to support Trump. Please do follow the rules of the live stream. You have to be at least an American adult at the age of 18 that supports Trump to join. And as soon as we are able to get that next Trump supporter loaded into that live stream, I'm gonna go ahead and take a moment and use the restroom. Let's get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Oh, they're not loading in. I think that we're experiencing a drought of Trump supporters. They are no longer. There's no more Trump supporters.
I can see someone up here.
Yeah, bro. Feel free to help me try to get in.
No, I'm saying someone's up here, according.
Oh, hi.
Do you
What's
see
up,
him?
according to Tiffany? Do you support Trump? Apparently not. She's not even here. Moving on to TMK. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Apparently not. They're not even here. We got all these bots in the queue, man. Honestly, really fucking annoying. Okay, we got Gavin loading up into the box. Here we go. Hi, Gavin. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
21.
When were you born in?
21.
2005, January 27th.
Okay, do you work a job?
I do.
Okay. How many hours a week do you work?
I don't have a set of hours. I get, it's a pressure washing business. I don't have a set amount of hours. It's just whenever someone calls and they say they want a business.
Okay. Do you file your own taxes?
No, I have a guy who does it.
You have a guy that does your taxes.
Yeah, he's the same guy who helps my family with their businesses also. It's not a shady guy. It's like, it's a taxman.
Okay.
He does all the paperwork. He looks through
If
everything.
you can answer this question, I'll believe you. What was your effective tax rate last year?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not good with that kind of stuff. That's the issue. That's why I went to my mom's tax guy. I am not good at doing that shit.
It's just me.
What year did you graduate high school?
I didn't graduate high school. I had to drop out due to personal matters I don't really want to get into.
I believe you. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, for one, he did stop many wars, such as there was a war in the
I'm gonna go pee, I'll be right
Mediterranean.
back.
Yep,
Okay.
I got it.
Do I wait for him?
No, go ahead. You said he stopped the war?
Yeah, he stopped the war in Serbia.
Okay.
Last year.
How so? What did he do specifically?
Well, NATO wanted to invade Serbia because of its leader. They alleged that the leader of Serbia was doing a lot of things, and I'm Serbian myself, so they were alleging that the leader, Kosovic, I think his name was, he was allegedly doing war crimes, humanitarian right things like that, and NATO wanted to invade. So Trump kind of persuaded NATO to not invade. They did invade a little bit. There was a little bit of a trouble, but then Trump pulled them out.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying that, but like what did Trump do specifically to actually quote unquote prevent the war in Serbia? Because the only thing that I know Trump has been claiming that he stopped it, and I know there was in July of 2025 there were some actual conversations back and forth, but there's no actual records or anything showing that Donald Trump stopped the conflict in Serbia. The only thing that there's ever been evidence of is that he claims it. But do you know any specifics about him doing anything?
Yeah, he kind of talked to the to some of the defensive, I think it was defense administrators, they're called. I don't remember the exact name of the title right now. He talked to some of the people in NATO and persuaded them and said, I will take care of it eventually. Let me talk to the leader.
Where did you get this from, though? Because, like, even I've heard this as well. I've heard him say this, but I haven't been able to find anything. Like, do you have any direct information from the NATO leader saying that Donald Trump actually influenced them at all?
Well, a lot of the time, you know how NATO feels about Trump, especially with the Macron deal going sideways in his last presidency. They're not the biggest fans of him, so they're not really going to directly say, yeah, it was Trump who did this and all that.
Oh, okay, so again, the only thing that I'm finding, and it seems like the only thing that you know, is that like Trump claimed that he did it, but there's no actual proof from anywhere except Trump.
I also have another instance of actually Trump did last year. He did help free 40 hostages in Iran.
Right, but hold on, before you move to that. So since neither one of us can find any actual evidence outside of Trump just saying like, "Hey, I did a thing," like, can we just throw that thing in the trash? Because that's not a thing unless like anybody else can corroborate it. Because the only thing Trump was saying is Serbia was about to clash, and we ended it. But like, there's no details. There's no one else saying that he had anything to do with this.
I mean, if you look into it, you could see. If you look up Serbia, not Bolsheviks.
I've been looking into it. Like, again, when he made that claim, like, I looked into it, and I'm re-looking now. Again, there's nothing to corroborate that. So maybe we should just throw that claim in the trash. How about that?
Okay,
we scrap. Okay, so that's not a thing. All right, what's the thing then?
He also helped free 40 hostages from Iran. They were taken by a radicals group from a, what is it called? What is it? It's like considered American land, American property in like other nations. Embassy. They were taken from the embassy by a radical group.
Yeah, that's a super quick Google search that Donald Trump lied, and he actually he said 40, but he was thinking about the hostages that were released from 1979 to 1981. He did get a deal with 20 Israeli hostages, but he was just talking about the 40 Iran hostages that were released during the historical Iran hostage crisis that occurred through 1979 through 19. Did you fact check any of these things?
Are you fact checking it right now?
I'm looking at it right now.
You're reading it right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at. They're saying that Donald Trump misspoke. That he didn't free 40. When did he do it?
Last year.
In 2025.
Yeah. In April. April was when they were captured. August was when they were released. They were stood for a little bit.
There's no confirmed report of hostages being released. Like again, where did you fact check this at?
Well, he was talking about this on Truth Social. Like,
can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Dean.
So, your view is that Donald Trump is solving conflict overseas, but creating conflict in America?
There's no conflict in America.
Sure there is. We've never seen a more divisive president, I mean, in my lifetime, that's created more conflict. I mean, from inspiring his followers to insurrect the Capitol, attempting to kill cops in the process, then giving them full and complete presidential pardons, to giving ICE the green light to racially profile immigrants for detention and then deporting them with no due process to El Salvador, on top of defending the murder of citizens in broad daylight. We could definitely scratch the surface here on some conflict, and this isn't even mentioning his cover up the Epstein files, his calls for the execution of Democrats in Congress, or his very jarring and terrible statements against immigrants, trans people, gay people, women, victims of rape, so on and so forth.
I don't know so much about that.
It seems like you aren't aware at all with the conflict he's created in America, including defending the execution of citizens, but you're so hyper aware of the very specific, nuanced information of how he's solving conflict overseas, even when there's no evidence to back it up.
I was just about to say, he's wrong as fuck, Dean. There's nothing about anything that he just said. Literally nothing.
Right. Well, it seems like you're like a real humanitarian. So how can a real humanitarian ever support a president that defends the murder of their own constituents?
Well, he's not exactly calling for anything like that. If you could provide proof.
Oh, sure. Truth Social, 9 weeks ago, he tweeted out that some Democrats in Congress deserve to die, then reposted a follower's comment that called for them to be hung. But what I said is, how can you defend a president that defends murder, which has nothing to do for his call of the execution of Democrats in Congress?
And you read this on his Truth Social?
Yes.
Well, that's an appeal to literacy fallacy, so I don't think that instance works here.
I have a question. What's an appeal to literacy fallacy?
Yeah, it's basically abiding to those who can read and not to those who could read, such as myself. That it's very unfair in this instance. It's like bringing in court like a piece of evidence just immediately into it without submitting it to the court prior to the case.
Okay, so you're saying that it's not a valid argument because you can't read?
Yes.
I could read it for you.
I think Tashiko's right about you.
What about?
I'm trolling. Don't be so fed up with you. I'm trolling.
What was she right about?
That you send your white fans after her.
Oh my fucking god!
All those white fans who called her out for grooming someone.
Fucking cooked.
Was he trolling that whole time?
No, I think he thought that he was gonna be able to like spout off bullshit, and once the bullshit kept getting shot down, he just hit the panic button. And, that was his last ditch effort. That's all he had.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I've never heard the appeal to the literacy fallacy before. That's the first time ever hearing about that.
He lied about multiple things. There's nothing about Trump getting 40 hostages released from Iran last year.
Wait. So just
real quick,
I kicked him, but I have him back. So are you actually a Trump supporter?
No, I was just fucking around. That's why I brought up the Iranian crisis and the others.
Okay, all right. Time waster. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Yeah, man, what a fucking time waster, dude.
Yeah,
holy cow.
that irritates the shit out of me.
Yeah. Welcome in, Angelica. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, kind of. But can I say one thing? When the other day when you were on YouTube, I was watching you, and you were like, "The next guest is loading up into the live," and you weren't even like doing like the TikTok. Like you said it like on autopilot. I thought that was the funniest shit ever.
I do remember that.
And I clipped it. I think you should post it because it was the funniest thing ever.
I'll keep that in mind.
I'm sorry.
Why do you support Trump?
Well, I'm Republican. I'm just.
Come on. You're reposting.
Okay, listen.
You're reposting like Trump TikToks. You're a Trump supporter. Why is that?
Am I? Have I?
Yeah.
My reposts are all like kind of like my 2-year-old clicking on my page, and she wrote. If you look through it, it's like a bunch of like kid stuff.
Well, it's actually a mix. It's a mix of kid stuff and then like pro-Trump politics.
What did I repost?
Something from Team Trump about Charlie, and then something about Trump discussing.
I was a
abortion
Charlie
measure
Kirk
in
supporter
in Florida.
I've been a Charlie Kirk supporter. I was
and
more
like,
of like
and I mean
I
Charlie
was more
Kirk
of like
was,
for him than I was Trump.
Charlie Kirk was Trump's like #1 D writer. So.
Yeah, but there were things that Trump did that even Charlie didn't. You know. Support.
I don't know if that's true. But listen. We're not here to talk about Charlie. We're here to talk about Trump.
Yes. Okay.
So
well, I was mainly just saying that was funny, but I am Republican. And I have talked to both you and Parker, and I will.
Well, I appreciate you so much for coming up, and I hope they were able to change your views. Let's go to move on to the next guest here, y'all. Oh, on the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Do you support Trump?
Do you support Trump?
You okay?
Why are you asking me? Do you support Trump?
Do you know anything about me at all?
No.
Okay.
I was sent here.
The answer to the question is no, I don't support Trump.
Why?
Because Trump bad. Do you support Trump?
You sound like a liberal.
Okay, that makes sense because I am a liberal. Do you support Trump?
Oh, you support Trump.
What the fuck is this guy's problem? Why do you have the maturity of like a petulant, like, well, actually no, just the maturity of a toddler. No, like you're literally doing the things
killing me,
toddlers do.
bro. You fucking killing me.
Are you
What the
okay?
fuck are you talking about, bro?
I'm trying to ask you if you support Trump as president. I would say these people vote, but it's like I don't even know if he's an adult. How old are you?
Yeah, I am 20.
Okay, yeah, these people vote. Embarrassing.
Yeah, it is embarrassing that you vote. We should probably take away freedom of votes for
Okay.
people like you.
I'll hop on board with the movement if you could answer one question.
Yes.
How many people are in the House of Representatives? Oh man, the movement failed. It's over before it started.
The movement failed, man.
It's over.
You got me.
How about this? I'll give you another question. How many amendments are there in the Constitution?
Isn't it 28 or 26? I'm sorry. I don't know, man. Chill.
There's 27.
Yo, okay, I'm gone, bro. I'm gone.
He left. Oh man, missed it twice, dude. Yo, that's crazy work. That's crazy work, man. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box on the opposite side of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. A couple people to thank over on Super Chat. Thank you for the $20. Actually, no, not even $20. Thank you for the $40. Thank you so much. Anonymous, thank you so much for the support. Yo, let's get 400 anonymous W's for the incredibly large and incredibly kind contribution. Seriously, Anonymous, thank you so much for your support. It allows me to continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. Just know that I really appreciate it. Anon with the 40 says, 2 interesting questions. 1 and 2, you debate. Those who voted for Trump, does those who didn't vote or voted for a third party count? Well, we focus on talking to people who do support Trump. Question number 2 is, you're a liberal. I recall a short on Charlie Kirk about an issue that he would agree, an issue that the Democrat proposed. What about you? Is there an issue that you agree with that the Republicans have proposed? I'm trying to interpret that statement. I think that you're just asking me if the Republicans have done anything that I agree with. Yeah, Operation Warp Speed was pretty based. That's something that Donald Trump led the drive on in his first term. And honestly, that really could have helped, define his legacy as not just a totally, absolutely terrible person if he just left office on Operation Warp Speed, publicly spoke about Operation Warp Speed, and then was never seen again. But instead, he passed Operation Warp Speed, and then it was like, I actually hate the vaccine, inject bleach into your arms to cure COVID, and then try to coup our government. I see a lot of conversation about that on the internet. I actually came across a post yesterday where a bunch of people on the left were like, bro, if only Trump passed Operation Warp Speed, defended the vaccine,
get Jonathan out, bro. Me and Fernando against Brian.
And then faded into the sunlight, he would be looked at significantly better than he is. But that's not what he did. Now is it? We're gonna move on to the next guest. Mama Peach, this just came in. Thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Mama Peach. Mama Peach with a 50 says, happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well. Well, I hope that you're doing well as well, Mama Peach. Thank you so much for the $50. Happy Saturday to yourself. I really appreciate you. I'm going to maybe try to use that $50 to go to get a little dinner for me and my girlfriend later. That's very kind of you. Show some love to Mama Peach down below. And then I'd also like to thank Melissa for the 5 and Abby with the 5. Mary, thank you so much for the 5. And we are all caught up over there. Once again, y'all, if you're watching and you want to support me, want to support what we do here, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, as well as the handles. Going to be at the top of the phone screen right there. And leave that queue unless you're a Trump supporter, guys. Please and thank you. Hey, Christian, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on PayPal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Christian with a 30 says, me and my husband have been separated for a year, filing for divorce because he voted for Trump against my wishes. As a victim of SA, was the ultimate act of betrayal when he cast his vote for a rapist. I wish he would listen to your debates. Oh my goodness, Christian. My goodness. I hope that you're all right. I hope that things smooth out and that you're able to live a happy rest of your life. And I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $30. Same thing goes to you, Cynthia. Thank you for another, Leanne, thank you for another $20 on PayPal. And I just saw that. No worries, Leanne. Thank you so much for the $20. Show some love to Leanne down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, sorry, I'm using my brother's account.
I'm sorry, you just very clearly sound under the age of 18. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Used to.
Don't anymore? Based Isaac? Well, me and Santana are really just looking for Trump supporters. Man, I feel like the amount of Trump supporters is just really going down. Like, holy shit. I think that we got to throw the rules back up on live here. All right, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yeah, man.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay. Why do you support the worst president of your goddamn life?
Because I'm a huge supporter of ICE.
Oh, okay. Huge supporter of ICE. Why is that?
Because they keep America pure.
Racially pure?
No, they're trying to maintain America's culture. That's what makes them base.
Yeah, anyone remember the first guest? It's literally just the first guest on repeat, except this guy likely won't change his mind. Okay, so I'm just going to simply ask you the question.
Wait. Why'd you take that post down on Twitter where you got ratioed really hard?
Which one?
Well, you took it down.
I mean, what did the post say is what I'm asking.
Well, I'm asking you because I was looking for it and then I saw you took it down because it was I guess it was that embarrassing.
I'm asking you for clarification of what post you're talking about.
So you want to play dumb?
Clarify.
You're playing dumb. Okay.
If I was playing dumb, I'd just deny it and say that it never happened. I want to ask you for clarification.
That's basically what you're doing now.
No,
you're
I'm
saying
not
it never
I'm
happened.
just simply asking you what fucking post are you talking about?
Dude, just go squeeze your anxiety cushion.
Okay, it sounds like that was a baseless claim made by a stupid man. So, moving on back to my question. You said that immigrants hurt American culture, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is American culture?
Picture 1970s suburban white neighborhood. That's America's culture.
Okay, so suburban white neighborhood. So like having a so
you're forgetting some key words that I said right there.
Okay, what am I missing here? You said suburban white neighborhood.
Yeah, he's trying to do the racism, but he's not good.
Oh yeah, I'm racist.
Yeah,
That's really funny, man.
Well, I mean, we'll get there. Like, I mean, folks, for those that have been watching all day, I mean, like,
Just
dude,
throw these
literally,
insults
the
at me.
very first guest of the day made the same argument.
Whatever
and
you
got
say to me
cooked
comes back to you
so
from the mirror.
hard, he changed his mind. Okay, so you think that American culture is white people owning homes?
Excuse me?
I'm asking you a clarifying question. So just to clarify, you think that American culture is white people owning homes?
No.
Okay, then what is American culture, please?
I just told you.
You said picture white people owning homes, and then I asked you to clarify, so therefore you think American culture is white people owning homes, and you said no, so obviously you're lost. Tracking error like number 5 billion, we've only been talking for like 3 minutes.
No, you're putting stuff in my mouth, and you're twisting what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I'm not putting stuff. Listen, I have a girlfriend. No, thank you. I'm not putting anything in your mouth. Save those fantasies for Wattpad, and answer the question: what is American culture?
Okay. Okay.
Just
Dan,
fucking say it, bro.
Like this guy's a
What are you-
dumbass. Oh my
I'm a
goodness.
dumbass. Oh,
So
I'm
true.
a dumbass.
So true.
Don't you have an anxiety pen and you broke down on stream for something that I don't do?
Once again, redemonstrating that you're a dumbass. Media literacy is very
Oh,
important.
I'm a dumbass. Oh, and you break down on stream for your fucking anxiety pen.
Yeah, this is what proves you're a dumbass. That was satire, my friend.
I don't have an anxiety cushion, too.
It's funny. You're like, oh, Dean, I'm a dumbass, but like you unironically crashed out over an anxiety. That was a bit, brother. That was satire. Which is
You got work, brother.
Once again,
You're getting
now
pretty
you're
worked
saying,
up, Dean.
Now you're saying that wasn't
Not that
satire.
serious, man.
Man, this has been a bit for years now. You could go
Which is why no
find
one takes you seriously.
about a billion
You have
clips
you have no
of me
influence.
making a fun joke about the anxiety pen. And now you're telling me that no one takes me seriously, as he says, while
That
we
is
have
true.
21,000 live viewers. Cope, buddy, and answer the question. What is American culture?
American culture is you getting destroyed by Nick Fuentes. Fuck you. Debate him again. He would kill you.
So low IQ is what you are, because you cannot give an argument to substantiate your worldview.
America first forever. Fuck yeah.
I know you understand that you are representing the movement well, and let me explain what I mean when I say that. You are representing the fact that you have very low like critical thought, if any at all, maybe 3 brain cells, and no reason to believe in what you say to be true. And so when I just asked like one singular clarifying question on your view here, you know, like, oh my God, we need to destroy the world and take our economy, lose jobs, kill manufacturing, and separate families after torturing people to preserve American culture. Then I just ask you what American culture is. The first time you talk about the anxiety pin, the second time you talk about the anxiety pin, the third time you talk about the anxiety pin, the fourth time you say no one takes me seriously, then the fifth time you say that Nick Fuentes destroyed me in a debate. Like, listen. Thank you for your work, because you are genuinely pushing so many people away from the all-right echo chamber that you and all your 35-year-old Chud Maxing and incel friends find yourself in. I would recommend that you leave your mom's basement and you go to the library, pick up a book, and learn something new.
Buzzword, buzzword, buzzword.
Word you don't understand, word you don't understand, word you don't understand because you have the vocabulary of a 2-year-old. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dean Withers.
He's devolved.
Dude, that's probably the first time he's ever heard anybody say thank you to him in his life. He's probably used to, like, you know, hearing women scream, go away! So it's, you know, a big step in the right direction for him. Now, are you going to answer the question, my friend? Well, yes, not. You got a ban. I'm just going to move on to the next guest right now. Dude, gripers have got to be, like, the most stupid group of people on the internet. Yeah. And Nick Fuentes, he knows it too. Like, Fuentes spends so much of his time calling his supporters stupid. There's clips all over the internet of it. And here's my thoughts. I actually don't think that Fuentes is stupid. I think that he's a rather intelligent person, and that's what makes it worse. Because he knows what he's saying is false, and he says it anyways to grift. He is an intelligent person that is very, like, apathetic, very, like, very evil, and parrots very bigoted and terrible beliefs to gain a fan base to make it and grow an income. But the thing here is because of that, he knows that his fan base is fucking moronic, like absolutely so stupid. So it's like he almost holds the same amount of resentment towards him that I do, and it's pretty funny. But anyways, Capone, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I used to.
You don't anymore, dude?
Nah, not since his first presidency. You know, like back when you said he was talking about the bleach, you know, for COVID and all that.
Awesome, Capone. I'm happy to hear that you don't support Trump, but we're just looking for people that do, so we got to move on.
I think Nick Fuentes is strategically uncommittal to any stance.
Dude,
I've listened
I wasn't
to
trying to moon the
times.
stream. I was playing Geometry Dash, and it was my keyboard, bro. I wasn't mooning you, kid. I'm not weird, okay?
I actually
so don't get me
remember you.
wrong, okay?
I actually remember you.
I even sent you 10.
That's what TikTok said, by the way. That you didn't mean the stream.
I sent you.
So that's very good. That's what TikTok said. That you didn't do it, which is good, which is very good. I'd highly recommend, do not turn your camera on to show something other than your face if you turn your camera on at all when connected to my live stream, Parker's or Santana's, or really anybody else in the debate space. The automatic assumption is nefarious motivation.
It's a quick drop for me.
Oh, yeah. I'm really pushing hard for TikTok to add a feature to allow the operator of a live stream to just revoke any and all camera access from guests.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I actually have a meeting with them. I still need to schedule it. I haven't done that yet. But they want to schedule a meeting, like an hour-long meeting with me, so they could, pick your brain? Yeah, pick my brain. And that's going to be, like, the number one thing I put emphasis on. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you MAGA?
No, you completely changed my mind on him, and I'm just thankful for everything that you do. You literally saved me from being a mindless zombie. Sorry. Thank you so much, Dean.
Yes, Orion. I love to hear that, man. Good for you, man. You know, you are why I do what I do every day. It's why it's worth it. You know, that's what makes all the hellish trolls worth it. That's what makes all the terrible Trump supporters worth it. That's what makes the cortisol maxing worth it is you and people like you. It's why I do what I do. You know, it's my way to try to positively impact the world around me. So thank you so much for sharing that with me, man. We are going to go to throw the rules up on screen. Make sure if you're in that queue, you're an American adult that supports Trump. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Nope, they're not here.
Anyone?
Yeah, moving on to the next guest. Alyssa Nicole. It's loading up. Hey, Molly! Thank you so much for the $10 over at Venmo. I just saw that came through. Let's get 100 Molly W's. And then Fussy, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And then Angelica, thank you for the $10 as well. Angelica, if you were to join, would you like give an argument insofar as why Trump is a good president? And then Sean, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. He says, I'm just sending gifts. Will apply this to whomever. Thank you so much for the $15, Sean. Thank you so much, man. Then Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. And then Miss Rosie, this came in 10 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the $30 donation over on Venmo. Wow, Rosie, thank you so much. Let's get 300 Rosie W's. Rosie with the $30 dono says, can you read this out loud? Dear Dean, you are our voice. I was raped for 3 years at 12 years old. And because of people like that dumbass you had, there is that I was scared of saying anything. Keep doing what you're doing. You are a hope to a better world. Thank you, Rosie. I'm so sorry to hear that. And no one deserves to have that happen to them. And the people who do that deserve to rot in hell and die in burning fire. And I'm so sorry to hear that that happened to you. Please do show some love to Rosie down below. Welcome in, Alyssa. Do you support Trump? Max, thank you for the like and hammer.
I am with my friend right now that supports Trump to the absolute max, and I literally argue with him with this every day. And he's right here, and he doesn't know I'm in this, and I would really love you to talk to him and prove him wrong in every way possible.
I'm not talking about this shit right
There's
now.
There's 14.9.
Oh, come on, man. Come on,
Yeah,
dude.
come
Have
on,
a
man.
conversation. I'll be nice. Me and Santana will
You'll
be
be
nice.
The only things he can say that are good about Donald Trump is probably gas prices are going down.
Oh. So what's your name?
Blake.
Blake. Come on. Just
What
have
up,
a little
Blake?
conversation with me. Is that all right?
Have a little walk.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
There we go, Blake.
Listen, I'm gonna try to keep it to under. I'm gonna
Listen,
try
sorry.
to keep it to under
Okay.
5 minutes with you. All right.
All right.
So there's some nearly like pre-scripted arguments that I have. All right. Yeah. Mason needs to sit his ass down.
So what do you think about tariffs?
Well, I think that tariffs can be good in some circumstances, bad in others. But I think that tariffs are definitely bad when they're not being implemented driven by economic outcomes, but rather implemented driven by insecurity and control and power. Like we see Donald Trump implementing 15% global tariffs the day after the Supreme Court shot his tariffs down and ruled them as illegal using other policy merely because he was mad that they didn't bend the knee. But like I said, I want to try to keep this under 5 minutes. I have some quote unquote pre-scripted arguments that I want to throw at you to see if I could just get you to quickly change your mind here. I feel like Alyssa might like that. First question. If you knew that Donald Trump had sexually exploited women and girls, would you still support him as president?
No.
He says yes to me.
I never said yes towards that.
Okay, so the answer
Yeah.
there is no. If you knew Donald Trump had sexually exploited women and or girls, you would no longer support him as president. Next question. Can we agree that sexual exploitation means to exploit somebody sexually?
Blake's Snapchat is B.
I put the account on mute because I don't want your friend doxing your snap. So feel free to unmute, Alyssa. I'm sure that you're probably the only person in the room that knows how to.
Okay, sorry. Oh, now the camera's on.
Dude.
Here, I'll turn
You can
it
even
off.
see this.
You're good.
Okay.
All right.
But
so Blake,
anyways, yes, I'm the only person in this room that absolutely despises Donald Trump, and all these people in these room are obsessed with him. Here, we got another one that wants to talk to you.
Tell him come catch a fade.
Hello, good evening, kind sir.
Hi, how old are you?
I am 23.
Okay, I'm going to try to start this argument from the top since I guess Blake bailed. Would you still support Trump as president if he had sexually exploited women and or girls?
Probably not.
Probably not? I'm going to need a more confident answer there.
No.
No. Can you agree that sexual exploitation is to exploit somebody sexually?
Can you use dumber terms, please?
His face.
I can't, actually. No. I could only say them slower. Can you agree that sexual exploitation is when you exploit somebody sexually?
Yes.
Can you agree that exploitation is
They're
to
saying she needs better friends. Get new friends.
is to unjustly take advantage of someone or something?
Hold on, can you repeat that question, please?
Can you agree that exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of someone or something?
Can you repeat that again and say each word with like a 2 Mississippi?
He's just trolling now. You're gonna talk to this other big Trump supporter right here.
I was about to say, this is like
I'm giving up on you
taking a
guys.
test and you can't even get like your name right on it. Like, the fuck is happening?
Yeah, I'm giving up on them. We're going to move on to the next guest, y'all. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I think she really did try there, but her friends are just, I mean, not to sugarcoat it, really fucking stupid, if you want my honest opinion.
Emerson, thank you for the 350.
Okay, this person's name is Jail Parker and Dean.
Hi, Dean. Guess what? I have an update for you.
Oh, it's you. Can you stop?
Yeah.
Can you go find like another
wait, I did have a
person to
question.
be
I did
obsessed
have a
with?
question for you though, because I find it really hypocritical that you were up on this stream earlier and apparently somebody quote unquote hurt your feelings and you said, "Oh my God, say sorry." But when you drew my dead fish on a map of Uzbekistan and you hurt my feelings. Excuse you?
I did do that, yeah.
Yeah, you did. And you never apologized. You never did.
Yeah, I guess I didn't, huh?
And it's not funny. It's really not funny.
Yeah, you should go find somebody else to be obsessed with. It's kind of annoying.
I'm not obsessed with you.
Oh,
I
yes,
have a
you are. You
girlfriend.
run lives on me every day.
You're assuming my sexuality.
I never said anything about your sexuality.
You just said I was obsessed with you.
I didn't say that you were sexually obsessed with me. I just said that you were obsessed with me.
That means that I would love you, and I don't love you.
Actually, I think that there's many forms of obsession that would not be conducive
Elaborate.
towards love.
Elaborate.
You talk about me every day. You host a live about me every day. You spread lies
Oh, my
about me every
live's
day.
banned, Dean. Still banned.
Without good reason. Oh, good. I'm happy.
No, but I get them banned tomorrow.
Oh, and then you're gonna get banned again because you're insane.
That's really rude. I don't like that term. That's really mean. But I did want to make a compromise because I feel like that this is like just really I could have so much better stuff to do with
I
my
don't
time.
negotiate with terrorists.
No.
That's really rude of you to say.
I'm sorry. You're not actually
just
terrorist,
good
but whatever
policy.
matters.
I have like an actual compromise.
Get out of here. I didn't know that it'd be that person. Bro, dude, okay, Santana. This guy is in my queue every day, all day. And I've had him up a handful of times before. He's just impossible to talk to. Have you ever talked to this guy,
I've talked to
Santana?
him twice, and it's been like decent.
I have like my worst conversations with this guy. JP Dog,
Really?
what the hell do you do all day?
I usually work all day.
Listen, I admit to not having a life because I sit in this goddamn room for 4 hours a day and run these streams. But it's like every day, all day, I just see you down below in that queue.
Well, when I get off work, I listen to you on my way home.
Have I changed your mind on anything?
I'm sure there's something. I know that me and Santana has changed my mind on a few things. But what I really wanted to speak to you right now about was your comments on sin and Christianity.
Well, we're looking
So-
for people to debate on why they support Trump, so I hope you have a good rest of your day. Eventually, we'll probably get back around to having a conversation about Christianity. And when I do that, it probably won't be during our typical live stream, and I'll likely do it on a backup account, just because I enjoy talking about Christianity.
I'm gonna have a late nights, my panel discussions or whatever. One topic that we're gonna be covering the next couple of weeks is deconstructing religion, and so we're gonna be going through that, and that's gonna be like a really good one as well.
I mean, I like trying to find evidence for it. That's my thing, is I like learning about church history, trying to prove that Christianity is true, and then providing counter arguments when I think I found something. I'm a really big fan of studying church history. All right, we're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in here, y'all. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. This might be one of our last guests of the night, so probably the last guest. I guess I'm feeling tired and I still gotta go to the gym and everything, so probably it will be the last guest. Benjamin, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, wait, you want an apology for drawing your dead fish on a map of Uzbekistan? That sentence alone needs therapy. I know, right? Brittany, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, love what you do, but want to let you know that the word dumb is ableist. Keep up all the good work that you do. Well, thank you so much, Brittany. Is it? Is the word dumb ableist?
And DUMB, LAMESLOW, they all have connotation in ableist terms, which talks to the actual mental capacity of certain people. A lot of people don't know that, but there are certain ableist terms that have been deemed harmful to the people within the community. So it's a thing that's catching on. There's actually, I think there's an ableist dictionary or whatever, but a way to verify certain terms. And pretty soon there's speculations that stupid might end up there, but like it's all rooted in like pseudoscience and harmful rhetoric towards the disabled community. So,
okay. I don't know.
I've removed it from my lexicon, but I don't crucify people for saying it. It's such a thing for like so many different people. And I don't do it on my platform, but I don't knock other people.
I don't know. I guess the thing I'd ask here as well, I mean, is that something that, disabled people care about?
Yeah.
I think that's like I think that's kind of like a fair test from my perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I think the reason why like it's like clearly wrong to use like the R word is because it's something that like people of the inside of the disabled community like very clearly care about. And it's clearly wrong given its historical connotation, but I don't know if that's like really true when you're using words like stupid or dumb in reference to somebody that's not disabled. I think it'd be wrong to like use any type of descriptor of unintelligence when directed towards a disabled person because of their disability. But I don't know, like I guess I just from my perspective, if a guest joins my live stream and they tell me that they support Trump because he's making America great again, and I say you are a very dumb person, I guess ableist connotations wouldn't even pop in my head. But I mean, I appreciate the explanation.
It's one of those things. A lot of people are still like sorting it out and seeing where they land, and so it's like one of those split things, and not a lot of people know about it. So it's still relatively new. That's why, like, if I didn't have access to certain people that I do, then I wouldn't know it, and that's the only reason that I removed it from mine. But I don't knock people for it.
I don't know. I think that my position would be is that it can be used in an ableist way, but in general, like it's not that big of a deal. Like if you're calling a disabled person dumb, like sure, that's the word being used in a very derogatory way, a very ableist way. But I think like, someone in my Discord actually says this and I agree with them. Dumb is like simply too universal of a word to ever be characterized purely as a slur, right? I just think that the word universals, the word dumb is just way too universal to be like considered as a categorical slur directed towards disabled people. And like it'd fall under the same categories like stupid. Like I guess I think that like the word stupid and dumb would kind of have that same universal usage. And because of that, they can be used in a derogatory way that would amount to like something very bad to do. However, right, if you're like calling somebody dumb that doesn't have a disability, and you're not saying that because of a disability, I don't really think it's too big of a deal.
Yeah. I think it's all an interesting conversation, and it really circulates around like understanding how different people in different communities react. And like I always defer to the people within those communities, And I think this is one where there's just so much conversation around. I think it's a good conversation because I think it's good to understand rhetoric that may or may not be harmful. But then also think like it's understanding the people's current lexicon, how they use words and things like that. So it's a great conversation overall.
Yeah, I know that this isn't really on topic. We'll move on to the next guest right after. I just have one more question. You know, like if we accept that, you know, words like dumb, words like stupid, so on and so forth are like wrong to use due to ableism. Like what kind of descriptors do you think would be like not wrong to use when wanting to insult somebody for being like I'm like trying to think of like a dumb like yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that I'll say is, for me, it really depends on like the history of the word, right? And so the justification why I understand it is for like where they talk about how like that was really used for people. They used the term when they were talking about people who actually had like learning disabilities or actual disabilities, and it was just like categorized and then weaponized. I think it depends on the history of the word and then like the tracing of it. But I do understand like where's the line and how do we have these types of conversation. I think the big thing is just understanding the intention, the purpose, the history, and then the weaponization. Like, I don't think you can just mark out every single word, but I think like if it has enough validity to it, then there's at least a need for a conversation. So,
yeah, well, interesting. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please. Hi, do you support Trump?
Oh, sorry. I was responding. Criticize what a person can control, not what they can't control. They can control what they educate.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Moving on to the next guest. Base true message. We got Pacey Grover loading up into the box. By the way, I hope no one thinks that that's what I was arguing. I hope no one thinks that I'm arguing here that it's like permissible to call people with intellectual disabilities dumb.
That would be thinking out loud.
That would be a connotation of, you know, the use of the word dumb that actually would be ableist. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Cool Dude loaded up at the box. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, audio.
18.
What year were you born in?
2005.
Yeah. Okay.
January 17th.
You're really bad at math.
Why? Also, before I get started, can I...
I don't know, man. What's 5 plus 18? You tell me. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Okay, we got Ashley loading up into the queue. B, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. I'd also like to, thank you so much, B. All right, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I hope my 2-year-old son grows up to be like you both.
Well, I think with a mom like you, your 2-year-old son will definitely grow up to be a very good man. You have a great rest of your day, Ashley. Let's see here. Oh, this just came in. Stefan, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the support. Thank you. Lori, thank you for the $10. Shayla, thank you for the $5. And then Sierra, thank you so much for the $5. And Shelby, thank you so much for the $10. And then Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Everybody just do be patient.
Heather, thank you so much for the 5 daily hugs. Christine, thank you so much for the 10. I would say read more on intersectionality. And Sean, thank you so much for the 25. I try to make sure that I do my best possible at all times. So thank you all. Hey, I'm a little jealous. Guess where my wife got to go today? And I didn't tell me. My wife, her mom, and my sister-in-law, they all just like grabbed tickets, didn't invite me or anything, and went to go see Cirque du Soleil. Just like without me. Like, what the hell is happening?
Really?
Yeah.
And
Dude.
she didn't even know what it was when her like sister's like, "Hey, I got us tickets," and she's like, "Oh, okay." And she told me, I was like, "Wait a fucking minute."
Holy shit, man. Well, I
Right.
mean, I bet they're having fun, but
Yeah.
I bet you'd be having fun too if you were there.
She had no clue what it was, and she was like, "Oh, I don't know if I want to go." I was like, "If you don't, I will."
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm really sorry to hear that. I've never been myself, but I've heard it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
1 second.
Hey guys, as Dean works to get the next person up, guys, keep tapping the screen. I know we can get him up to 3 million likes before he ends the stream. Also, make sure you give him a follow. If you're watching over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, like the VOD, and follow over or subscribe over on YouTube. And if you like to support the live, if you like to support Dean, you enjoy what happens here on a daily basis. He goes live every day, 4 hours a day. So make sure you hit those pay links. The V and the P are in the pay link in the link tree in the bio. If you're over on YouTube, it's to the pinned comment. Show some love.
All right, guys. I'm not gonna lie, folks. What I'm doing right now is I'm actually taking a look at the queue, trying to find anybody that's MAGA, and I'm not really finding anybody. I think that it might be a good time just to end the stream and send y'all on a raid over to Parker. He's gonna be doing debates for the next 4 hours. But before we do, I just want to quickly thank like maybe 3 people. First and foremost, Colin. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. He says, Dean, buy yourself a lanyard for the anxiety pen. Bro, Colin, I need to do that. I'm always dropping it on the ground. It's because I spin it like a fidget spinner. Because I always like to do something with my hands. I don't know why. So I literally spin it like a fidget spinner, and then it always like goes and out of my hand. I drop it on the ground. Thank you so much for the $20, Colin. As well as Ryan and Cully, thank you guys so much for the 10. And then Anonymous and P, thank you guys so much for the 10. Then over on Venmo, one last one here, Miss Nicole, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, I'm a middle-aged mom of a 12-year-old boy, and you gave me hope for young men from a random mom. I'm proud of you. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, Nicole, and for the $20. Please do show some love to Nicole down below. I am going to go ahead and end the live stream for the day, folks. If you want more debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. He's going to be doing debates for the next 4 to 6 hours. Santana, go ahead.
Really quickly, Chelsea, thank you so much for the 10. Jamont, thank you for the 1. She's awesome. And Laura, thank you so much for the 20. And Dean, appreciate you, bro. Thank you for having me up.
Of course, man. You have a good rest of your day.
You as well.
All right, guys. We're going to go to an end. See y'all later. Peace and love. Goodbye.